Hello and welcome to what is going to be a fantastic day of action at Norway Chess with some momentous matchups ahead. That means only one thing. There is going to be explosive fireworks on the board. I'm Jovanka Houska and it is a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside the one and only Grandmaster Judit Polgar.
Hi, nice to be here again with you.
Yeah.
And welcome the audience.
Yes, and things are heating up nicely. We've had such an incredible days of chess, actually.
Well, in the last 2 days, we had full of Armageddon games. All 3 games followed up with the Armageddon. And we could see the players are stressful in that situation. At the same time, actually, I think they are happy that they scored already. So it's like they can't really lose that much. But of course, it gives a lot of extra spice to the event.
Yes, it certainly does. And I think, yeah, you're right. Every single player is off the scoreboard. Some have gained their points via Armageddon, such as Magnus Carlsen, who's been very clean and efficient on the scoreboard and the Armageddon stage. And then we only actually have one classical victory, and that came from Richard Rapport against Ariantari in round 1. So before we check out the pairings for today, let's check out the state of play. So in the lead at the top of the scoreboard, that is Richard Rapport, who is leading the tournament with 5.5 points. So you have to remember, every point that you score in a classical game, well, that leads 3 points. And there you can see 5.5. In second place, Magnus Carlsen with 4.5. He's had 3 draws in the classical matches. He's been very victorious in the Armageddon matches. And in third place, we have Alireza Firouzja on 3. And Ian Nepomniachtchi, who's actually only played 2 games at the minute. But the most interesting thing is that today we have the match-up that we have been waiting for. You can see Ariantari against Sergei Karyakin, Richard Rapport with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. But finally, there we see, headlining the event, we have a preview of the World Championship match that will occur in 2021 in November/December. Magnus Carlsen against Ian Nepomniachtchi. So Magnus Carlsen will be playing with the white pieces. Do you have any special predictions, Judith?
For me, it's very interesting to try to understand what can be on their mind right now, because obviously they have a different state of mind now that they know they are going to be facing each other for 14 games, I think, in the World Championship title match. And of course, they are too professional for that they are going to be influenced too much in this game, whether it's going to be a draw or someone wins or whatever. But every small detail counts when it comes to the World Championship match. So of course it's like almost 2 months away from that, but still, of course, it doesn't matter, but I want to beat you just in case, right?
Right.
So, and it is very interesting to see them as they are the same age, they are the same generation, they were working together. And in some ways, they are also similar in other things also. I think, for example, their passion for the game is pretty similar from point of view that they find an idea and they have the braveness, the self-confidence. Okay, I think it's interesting, I play it out. It's not like they are so too careful, and if I didn't work it out in my home preparation, then I will not play it. No, I think they have extremely healthy self-confidence. They have a very professional team behind them, both of them, of course. So, for example, for Jan, I think for a long time it was very clear for everybody how talented he is. But he was not taking it so seriously. I think he was relying on his talent maybe too much when he was younger, 16, 18, 20 or something like that. And as far as I know, since I saw him when he was the second of Karyakin in the title match, I saw that he was working very hard. And I really have the feeling that in such a case, probably he thought, these guys are playing, they make so many mistakes, I should be playing there. And I have the feeling that that was kind of the moment also. He said, okay, so now I'm going to be focusing that I should be playing there and being the challenger. And he's there, and so actually he's going to be an extremely dangerous and good opponent of Magnus. And I think Magnus likes it because he likes challenges too.
Yeah, of course. Magnus thrives on competition. You mentioned that Nepomniachtchi was the second of Sergei Karyakin, but I also know that Nepomniachtchi was in fact also a second of Magnus's. And he was chosen because Magnus felt that a lot of his sparring partners before were a little bit too respectful towards him. So he needed someone with the confidence and the arrogance to challenge him. And yeah, Nepomniachtchi was a good match. So it'll be really interesting.
At the same time, we are seeing the corridor and we have seen many flashes going on. So most likely the two players are arriving right now to the playing. Oh.
Yeah, we should definitely check out the cameras and get to witness the two players make their entrance. Yeah, I'm very curious to know what kind of style of play Magnus with the white pieces will be adopting. You know, what does he reveal? What does he keep behind? And well, the beauty of this format, though, is that there will be a victor. So even if the game ends very quickly in a draw, the format is such is that there will be an Armageddon game and a winner will be declared. So let's have a look at the unique time format that we have. So each player will start in the classical portion. Each player will start with 2 hours, and there will be a 10-second increment added after move 41. And if the game is drawn, well, then the fireworks happen because we will have an Armageddon game, and the players will keep their colors. White will have 10 minutes. Quite unusual. Black will only have 7 minutes, but black gets draw odds. Again, there's a 1-second increment, but it will only kick in after move 41, or move 41, I should say. And well, you can see a win will count for 3 points and a loss will count for 1 point in the classical portion. If the game goes to Armageddon, then a win will be 1.5 points and a loss will be 1 point. So do you think it's tempting that the players will take a quick draw like we saw Magnus did against, or Richard Rapport did against Magnus yesterday, and then share the spoils?
Well, yesterday's game between Rapport and Magnus, it was quite special from the point of view that I think neither of the players were expecting to have such a short classical draw. Really so fast, but it just happened to be like it was an opening which I'm not sure any of them was really focusing in their preparation to have the King's Indian. And of course, when you have a King's Indian, that's not the first thing comes to mind that you're going to have a draw in 14 or 15 moves, but it can happen. And this was exactly that kind of situation where White was provoked by playing G4. Yes. And in reaction, there is a move Bishop E5 where actually it's forcing the perpetuate check. And I think simply Rapport was not against a draw like that. So it happens, okay, this is what happened. And actually it turned out very well for Rapport. I mean, he was winning like really very heavily. So, of course, we can see that Magnus is suffering in some ways in his opening, and he struggles with himself playing the best moves, but so far he overcome on this and he scored 1.5 points in each game match, right? So, but I'm sure he feels already that it's already round 4, so it's about time to really play good chess and show it on the board, and not to have and end up having in a difficult position where he's going to be sweating quite a lot what he had to be living through during this tournament. I mean, it was really very difficult for him.
Now, Magnus has been skirting along the edge, you know, especially when he played against with the white pieces against Ariantari. I'm sure he expected that he would be simply overpowering the Norwegian #2, but instead he had to play out of his skin just to hold on to the game. And incidentally, you mentioned Richard Rapport. I heard in an interview yesterday that he had been training for the Armageddon match, and he had come up with a repertoire specifically for that.
Well,
but it kind of went on. You know, I was just thinking about it, he said in his interview. He doesn't give too much away. He likes to keep us guessing.
Yes,
Richard report.
Yes, that's for sure. But I think it is really interesting, these Armageddons, because we've asked in the studio Nepomniachtchi, what does he think about which color is it better? And he replied that to play with white is better, right?
Yes.
If I remember correctly, he really said that. And actually, we are facing a game where Magnus Carlsen is playing with the white pieces today, which means that if it's going to be a draw, in the Armageddon, it's going to be a repetition in the same colors. So Magnus is going to be playing with the white pieces. So I would think actually that Magnus, for example, wouldn't mind to have a fighting draw. Like, he plays well, he cannot win the game, but he tortures a little bit Jan, and then it's a draw, and then he wins, let's say, in the Armageddon. That's a fantastic scenario.
Yes.
So that's something. So they both know that, I mean, we shouldn't lose in the classical game because that is too close, like as if it would be a World Championship game 0 or something. But in the Armageddon game, it's already not the same. It's already, you know. And so I'm very curious. I would bet, for example, in this position, what we see on the board, without making a single move, that it's going to be a draw. But let's see how the opening turns out.
And you too can join the fun and conversation here in the studio by tweeting us your questions using the hashtag Norway Chess. I will be keeping an eye on them, and we'll try and feature them on the show. And there you can see Nepomniachtchi is getting ready with the black pieces.
Interesting face expression there.
He does this a lot, doesn't he? It kind of like looks like he's just pondering.
I think you can really write a novel about. I mean, the guy is like, is he bored? Is he nervous? Is he hesitant? Is he calculating a variation? Still thinking whether what Magnus's first move gonna be?
Right, because it's not clear. Magnus
Yes,
has chosen to play e4, d4, and
of course
they tend to kind of fight it out in kind of Grunfelds. Yes, we have to mention something about the classical score between them. Nepo actually has 4 points versus Magnus's 1. And there you can see that there haven't actually been any classical encounters between the other 4 players. But yes, it sounds impressive, but I can tell you 2 of those victories came when they were just children. So 2002, 2003. Nepomniachtchi last won their classical game in 2017 at the London Chess Classic. But in 2019, Magnus struck back at the Grand Chess Tour and managed to secure his first ever victory.
Well, this is of course the story between the players all the time, that you have a score and one has nothing to do with the 10 years later play, especially when they are young. But I also read somewhere, I think, that when they were playing in the same group, and then Nepo said, yeah, there's this Norwegian boy who played quite well. Well, there is this Norwegian boy who plays well. So, but it is that's why they have, I think, a very special relationship from this point of view. And we see that Magnus Carlsen just arrived, taking his seat, and I guess just in a minute they will start immediately the game.
Yeah. There's okay, and he's pressed the clocks.
Let the show begin.
Yes. Oh, I can feel the excitement from here. I can't wait to see what is going to happen. I'm anticipating that I agree with you that Magnus will try to grind out the classical portion. It will probably end in a draw, and then when it comes to the Armageddon match, anything can happen, basically.
Yeah, but of course, I think he's not planning for that. He wants to play a good game, and I think the biggest issue for Magnus right now, it's himself. It's not the opponent, because the way he played in the first 3 rounds, he cannot afford that against Nepomniachtchi. So he knows that he should be playing well. So e4, we see on the board e4, so e5, I guess, will be on the board, but for the moment it's hesitation. It's a psychological thinking for a second. And of course, I was expecting e5.
So no knight off from Nepomniachtchi?
No. This is not the time for that, I think. I mean, he's serious about it. He knows that he has to play serious, not necessarily sharpen out things, but just play healthy.
So you think a Petrov will be on the board after
I
knight
don't
f3,
think so. No.
knight f6?
No, he's going to play knight c6.
Okay.
And that's what we are having. And I'm curious whether bishop b5 or bishop c4.
I reckon maybe bishop c4.
Bishop c4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
No?
Bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Great.
Okay. So will we see the Berlin defense with knight f6?
Yeah, the wall.
On the board. Uh-oh. One always feels kind of like trepidation now when you see a Berlin defense, because you always think, oh no, will they end the game in that horrible 14-move draw that leaves
No, they
everyone.
will not. They will not. I remember when I was a kid back, I was 13, 14, and I had a friend and from America, Alex Scherzer, and he was playing the Berlin with black. And at that time, it was really considered that it's just simply a bad game because you have a bad pawn structure, you're just having a little bit worse position, and you're playing for a draw with black, so what's the point? And then he was always claiming, he said, no, I'm not playing it for a draw. I'm playing this as a serious game because there are some strategical ideas and so on and so forth. And then, of course, people were not playing, serious grandmasters were not playing it really. And then Kramnik came. Kramnik came and had this strategy against Kasparov that he plays the Berlin, takes off the queens in the opening already, and just plays it out. And after that, ever since, everybody's struggling against the Berlin. Because we all know that Sergei Karyakin played it a lot. I was playing with him also. Sometimes I was even successful. But yeah, it is a very safe line to choose. And now Magnus is hesitating whether should he go into the end game or just play d3 and have a long game. Because of course this is, it is a very important turning point. And it is important to know, of course, that there are few turning points or crucial moment in a game. And of course, it sounds kind of strange that I tell you that it is a turning point, but of course in preparation and in mindset, what Magnus is going to be choosing here, whether d3 or castle, of course he's not thinking about calculating moves, but he's thinking about what is exactly going to be the best choice for me. Should I go for the end game and I can play there, we are going to maneuver, where can I have more chances? Because it happens like now, I think, that he's hesitating and he left himself the choice at the board, that he tries to feel the vibes of Nepo, thinking what is he expecting. So it's a psychological battle which is going on right now.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you're totally right. It's all about like plotting your next moves. It's not that Magnus doesn't know what to do now. He's not been surprised. It's just,
of course not.
But whilst Magnus is considering what variation to choose, shall we have a look at how things have developed between Richard Rapport, Ali Reza Firouzja?
Yes. So we have a d4 move by Rapport for a change. Knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5. So black plays the Grunfeld system. Knight f3, bishop g7, takes on d5, takes, and bishop d2, which is a common line, bishop d2, where it seems like Rapport has the self-confidence, he knows what he's doing, he left his board, he's walking probably, and waiting the reaction of Firouzja, how he's going to be reacting.
Incidentally, he did over lunch promise us that he would try to use the confessional booth, because this tournament has something a little bit special, a confessional booth where the players can come in and confess their deepest and darkest fears, should they choose to, or just tell us whether they're winning or losing.
Yeah.
or whether they got their fingers crossed for something. And well, now we can see Magnus is still thinking.
Yes, because I think he's not sure of himself, because he's not in the best form right now. So you have to judge yourself that what is the best choice for you, taking in account what shape you are in. And I think this is very important, to be self-critical, to understand yourself and your chances, what you have right now. So is it worth going to a long game and risk it, or what is a better choice? And then he decided, actually quite a logical choice by him, that he made castle, knight e4, d4, knight d6 is going to be, which is interesting that it's not happening without thinking. And well, it's only a few seconds.
Now is the critical moment.
Hesitating. Of course, now there are two lines. Bishop c6 is the main line, which I'm expecting to be played, and d takes e5 is another option, which is not played.
Which is not played. Okay. Well, this is good, because pawn takes pawn can lead to one of the notorious textbook draws.
So now few moves will be extremely fastly done in this game. Knight f5 goes back, and then queen's going to be swapped off just in a second. Queen d8, king d8.
So with you being a very aggressive player and enjoying a very tactical style, how did you always react when you faced a move like the Berlin?
Well, you practically have no choice, because in that time when I was facing quite a few times already, in those times this was the main line, and this was simply considered that black is slightly worse. So this is what everybody was considering, so I knew, okay, somehow I have to play my plans to play h3, g4, knight c3, you go to e4 after that, develop with the bishop, somehow to gain space with your pawns. But I can say that I love to play against it, especially against good players who really understand the ins and outs, because it seems very simple, but actually it can get very difficult by the position's complexity.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of different plans. After Kramnik played it against Kasparov, it was very clear that it depends very much what kind of player in style you are. And you have to have great patience for this position, being very calm, to make sure that even one move or one tempo you're losing, then it can cost you your advantage, or you can easily get worse. And so we have rook d1 check first. It is important to notice that, of course, knight c3 is also possible, but in that case, some people play bishop e6 or bishop d7, and later on to sneak away with the king to c8. This is what Kramnik was doing, completely different approach, playing later b6, going the king to b7, bring the rook to e8. So that's how he played. And if you want to avoid all this alternative, then you go rook d1 check first, immediately, and then king e8, knight c3. So now you can make sure that the king will stay in the center. So sometimes it's psychological, for example, that simply objectively not necessarily better or worse to see the king on e8 or c8, but it has a completely different planning. After king e8, black is going bishop e6, sometimes he goes bishop e7, black goes h5, exchanges a rook on d8. I think actually this, after rook d1, can be more solid. It's not as complicated as when the king goes to c8 and b7. There are more alternatives and options.
Yeah, I remember that they were saying that if black wants to play the Berlin aggressively, then you put your king on c8. Yeah.
Yeah, because simply there are more options afterwards. You can mix the move orders, and it can be tricky. So bishop e6 was played, knight g5, very solid kind of move.
All very mainstream. Just checking my database and seeing that lots of games and very strong players. I don't see Magnus playing this move too often, actually.
But I think he was playing d3 mainly after Berlin.
Yeah, he was mainly doing the anti-Berlins, yeah.
And it seems like today he decided that, you know, I want things to be under control.
Maybe he also wants to feel out Nepomniachtchi's repertoire, because they still have 2 months, so why not test out what Nepomniachtchi has in store?
Of course, it's a huge question whether what we see here in today's game, whether are we going to be witnessing the same, let's say, in the World Championship title match. First of all, of course, the big question is whether Magnus, is he going to start with e4, or he will be using e4 as well in the title match. But they don't know, and I'm not even sure that they themselves know yet. Actually, I'm pretty positive about it, that they have no idea whether, I think with Magnus it's not clear that for sure I'm not going to play e4, or for sure I'm going to play e4. So it is very interesting, all the psychology also about this. So bishop c8. He does not want to give away his bishop. Well, of course, what white wants to play generally, it would be very nice if he can go g4 and play h3 and then bring his king, let's say, to h2 and g3, play f4. That's a huge advantage for white, right? But of course the time element is very important, and in this position, for example, after h3, black can go h6 first, I think, or maybe immediately h5. So
yeah, the main moves in this type of position is, like you say, to be a little bit more preparatory and just to kind of put the knight to e2, maybe play h3 and prepare the... Sorry? Was that how we were attacked by a fly just then?
Yes, h3 of course is a very common move, and the idea is not to have a heir for the king, but much more because white wants to go g4, and the g4 pawn has to be protected by the pawn with h3. So after h3, I think it's either h6. I think probably h6, right?
Yeah, h6 is possible.
Also h6, knight back to f3, and maybe h5 now, right? That's what they play, I think. So the idea is for black to keep the knight on f5 as long as possible. And then many times black is developing his bishop to e7, giving up if exchanged with bishop g5, then they exchange it. So it also changes quite a bit the position depending which pair of pieces you're exchanging. Like if you're exchanging the black square bishops, or there is an exchange going to be happening between the f3 knight and the c8 bishop on e6 or elsewhere. Also sometimes black tries to play h4 to block the pawn on h3, so stabilize the square for the knight on f5. Also other idea for black to go back with his knight to e7 to give space for his bishop on f5 and regroup his knight over to g6. But of course everything depends how white is playing and trying to build up his play. Also knight e4. Many times it's a move, knight e2 as you suggested, which after, for example, h6, knight f3,
yeah.
bishop e6, knight f4, this can be a scenario in the game.
Yes, yeah, I mean white is very, very flexible here. You know, you can go back with your knight to f3, you can also go back to e4. It's up to white.
Yeah, it definitely looks like white is more developed and black cannot castle and black has the double pawns, right? But what white is suffering from actually his bishop on c1, because it's not so easy to give a good spot for the bishop. Some people play b3 to develop the bishop to b2,
I've seen
right?
that done, yes.
But that also, it's like you have your pawn on e6, black is going to stop blockade with the bishop on e6, so the b2 bishop is not going to be such a big deal. If white is going to bring out his bishop on f4, then it blocks the pawn's road to f4, right? And also when black goes back with the knight to e7, to g6, or to d5, it is not necessarily standing the best. Also with white, by playing rook d1, many times white has to be moving back to e1 in order to try to play e6 and later on to develop with the bishop and bring the other rook. But that means that white is wasting time. And also, for example, if you go rook e1 or something, black is playing bishop b4 to exchange this knight on c3. So there are so many different elements that you have to keep it in mind when you try to make your plans. And I remember I was so surprised after a while that there are lot of theory on this. And I mean, if you play well and you can press your opponent, of course you can get a huge advantage. But I won actually against Kasparov in the Berlin, which was actually quite a shocking idea by Gary, I think, that he chose the Berlin, because, I mean, maybe it's good against me to take off the screens, but I think it goes at least for Gary the same.
Well, yes.
and I was not understanding at all why he chose that opening. It does not fit to his style at all. It just, you know, it limits the opportunities, the ideas, the dynamic of the game. Simply when you play Berlin, you slow down.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's either you go to a city which vibes, New York, London or something, or you go to a small city and everything is quiet, it's nice. So this is like a small city, everything quiet and
the countryside of Berlin.
Yes.
It's
you're walking and everything goes very slowly.
Yes.
So this is what happens in the Berlin also. And it's not for everybody.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Garry Kasparov, and I've seen lots of people on the internet saying, hey, if Nepomniachtchi wants to beat Magnus Carlsen, he will have to play exactly like Kasparov. Bring that dynamism, that energy, attack to the game. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think Nepo is able to match Magnus in his kind of endgame technique?
I think that when it comes to a very complicated game, for example, they definitely have a huge fight, and they are more or less very similar. I think, for example, of course, Magnus's strength is that even if you have drawish position, he still keeps himself so motivated and ambitious and excited about the position, to understand the position, to understand and outplay somehow the opponent. I'm not sure Nepo has this as well. I think he feels comfortable much more in positions where there is some curiosity, interesting ideas, unexpected opportunities, many different plans. So he likes even the more dynamic way of handling positions. He doesn't like that very slow, very long maneuvering kind of positions.
But I suspect, just by Nepomniachtchi's choice of seconds, he's employed Peter Leko as one of his seconds, and Peter, of course, is famous for his positional style and defensive mastery. But yeah, so I suspected that it would be that he's training a little bit on that, so that if he needs to, he can survive these type of positions that Magnus excels in. And Magnus still very much thinking. So while Magnus is in the thinking tank, shall we go and check out the other games? Because we also have another Berlin, Ariane Tari against Sergei Karakin. And this one looks very symmetrical in terms of
so it's
ball
the Berlin
structure.
day today.
Yes.
Okay, but from Sergei, of course, it was very clear. I mean, he's an expert in the Berlin defense. He plays it for, I don't know, 10 years already or something like that. He had tons of games. He's definitely considered one of the biggest experts. Rook e1. I had few games against him, actually, Berlin. So now instead of d4, white decided to play rook e1, knight d6, and play the knight e5 line, which also very difficult to get anything special with white. And it's interesting, again, you see that Tari is playing so careful, so careful. And d4, bishop f6, rook e1, this is all the theory, of course, rook e8, bishop f4, rook takes e1, takes, and knight e8, because, I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice, but usually black is not capturing it. I mean, when you look at the top players playing, they always avoid positions where their opponent has huge initiative. And usually when someone is sacrificing a pawn, that's why they sacrifice a pawn to get initiative. I don't remember exactly whether white just plays knight c3 in this position or takes on d6 first, but generally in these kind of positions, white has just a good compensation. Knight can come to d5. I mean, look at this bishop on c8. white bring his bishop, his rook on d1. So usually they like to avoid these kind of things, because practically it's only white has chance, and it's a very, very good feeling. So Sergei played knight e8, and now probably there are different moves like c3, I'm sure was played quite a lot of times, and then d5 or d6. Basically, black wants to play, let's say, d6, c6 later on to regroup his knight through c7 to e6, or playing g6 and go knight g7, heading to h5, or just be ready to jump somewhere. So somehow to improve his knight play. But white played queen c3.
So this is Ariane, meaning business, because I do remember for the Champions Chess Tour, the line with c3 was something that Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So were just using to trade off all the pieces and get a kind of symmetrical endgame and just shake hands peacefully. But here, Ariane is bringing something slightly unusual to the table. Queen c3,
but
not the most...
Is it a new move?
It's not a new move, it's just not a popular one.
Yeah. Well,
as you can probably imagine.
Yeah, I mean, c3 is a much more logical move, but we have to understand that in these systems, you are so eager to find something different, and you give up on that you want to do something better. Already, if you're different and you surprise your opponent, and you have a little nuance difference of previous games, you are extremely very proud of yourself, because you think that you can give problems to your opponent. d5, knight d2.
Yeah.
Because still, after queen c3, obviously white's plan will be to move away like e3 the queen, and then play c3 eventually, because you have to somehow stabilize the d4 pawn. Black played bishop f5, and now I don't know what his plan is. If he wants to go rook e1, actually that's what he played, rook e1, c6. So everything goes more or less according to plans. For black, definitely. I mean, probably if white would play something else, black would still go the same moves which he played in the previous moves. But if black really reaches the position g6, knight g7, queen d7, black has just absolutely no problem. The e-file is something that the debate is going on the e-file. So the question is, if white can keep the e-file for himself, then it's a huge advantage, or at least a small advantage. For this, for example, sometimes people play bishop e5, trying to exchange the dark square bishop and then control with the queen and the rook, and somehow control the black squares. But also another idea to go with white, to go knight f3, let's say, and to control, jump into e5. Yeah, that is also something to consider. Then, but for a moment, black can even go queen b6 in the next move, possibly attacking the d4. So white has to make sure that there is not going to be a problem for him on d4, which shouldn't be, but for a moment, of course, when the queen is on c3, it's a different thing.
Somehow I suspect that we might see something like bishop e5 on the board.
Yeah, bishop e5 is always possible. Actually, here black can even go back bishop e7. It's also an alternative, I think. Or he can just keep it that way and play, let's say, queen d7 and keep the tension there.
Because, I mean, the queen on c3 makes a very strange impression. I mean, it has to guard the c2 pawn now. You kind of want the pawn to be on c3.
Yeah, and now white is guarding both of his pawns on c2 and d4.
Which is not the role that you really want for a queen.
No.
But
not,
okay,
not
I mean,
for the majesty. Different role.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you'd much rather that she would be out there just probing for weaknesses. But black's position looks very solid, and I don't see a plan of expansion.
White can go, let's say, h3. This is also something very normal, and then white can even think about playing g4.
You're speaking my language today, Judith. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, but still,
somehow it's like
okay. After h3, black can go also knight d6, knight c7, knight d6 is also something. Black can go for, and knight e4 is there.
And still, you know, there's not too much to bite on. Like for instance, if you even
Okay,
if white
but
were
it's
to do,
it's part of this opening.
Yeah.
There is not much to bite on. it's like patience, patience, patience.
the
and then-
mistake will come.
Yeah, you're not going to win in one move because even it's difficult to blunder with black or white
Yeah,
in one move.
very
It goes
solid.
slowly, and usually it's like you make one not a, inaccuracy, then the next move again some inaccuracy. You give away a tempo, and then there is white controls the e file or controls the center very well, or pushes back h3 g4 and gains space advantage.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what will be, and what's going on with Rapport?
So
I know what I'm expecting in this position, h4.
okay.
But maybe it's not good because knight f6. What has happened after bishop d2, black castled, and after rook c1, took on c3, bishop c3, and knight d7. I mean, generally in this kind of position, h4 is not out of mind completely, but of course knight f6 kind of stops my move
Yes.
to go forward. So I think h4 is an over-optimistic try.
So the main kind of moves that White's tried here, again, this is not a kind of standard choice that Richard has employed. The main line is to go either e3 or e4, and somehow I suspect.
e3 seems to be a good solid move.
But do you think Richard will play a move like e3?
Well,
Or do you think he will find something else?
well, first of all, he's in very good form in this
Yes, he
tournament.
is.
So he's on number 1 seed, right? So he's leading right now in the tournament, and he had winning opportunities.
Yes.
So it's not only that he's on the first spot, but also he was like, the win was just right in his hand, and he was running with it and just dropped it.
He stumbled at the last hurdle, is what we say in English. Yeah.
I mean, it was just so much there, right?
Yes.
In the Armageddon game, but okay, this is what happens. And of course, in his case, I think he's a player, which is very important for him also to have in a good mood, to understand that he's in good shape, but also how to handle these kind of opportunities like what he had and missed the other day against Magnus.
Yes, that really must have been a bit painful, actually. But he seemed in good spirits, actually. We had lunch with him, and he's.
Well, I mean, for chess you need good nerves and good spirit, and professionalism means that no matter what happens on the board today, tomorrow you forget about that and you try to give in everything and try leave all those things behind you.
Yes, this is something actually I tended to struggle with. Just
But you're
leaving
not the
the
only
past
one.
behind
For
you.
me,
and
it was
just,
good that I could. Well, losing 3 in a row, it's hard to leave it behind. But when you just play a little bit a bad game or you blunder or something, I was good in that. That after the game, I was analyzing, I was whatever, being angry about myself, crying or whatever, and then I let it go, and then. Dinner, and you go on and you move on and you think about the next game, because those mistakes and problems you made in the previous rounds you can't fix really most of the time. So you have to deal with that after the tournament, to analyze yourself. Okay, why I did that? Why do I make repeatedly the same kind of mistake? Why do I ruin my winning position? Was I playing too fast? What went out of control? So those things has to be done after the tournament.
yeah, definitely you have to break those negative patterns. And still, so do we have some moves when
We
it
had a
comes
move
to
with,
Magnus?
With Magnus after bishop c8, finally h3 was the move, very logical continuation, and black plays bishop e7. So now it's a question what to do with the white, because if he goes back knight f3, for example, so in order to have the plan g4, black will probably, well, either plays h5, I think, that's one of the main moves, or bishop e6. But after bishop e6, wasn't this my game against Kasparov with g4? I don't
Let's
know.
have a look.
I don't remember exactly. No, but somehow I had my knight on f4 later, I think.
No, it doesn't
It was
quite.
a little bit different.
It's maybe a little bit different, yeah.
No, because his bishop stayed still on c8 when I played g4. And so what about this? So after knight f3, if bishop e6, this would be one option, for example, to go g4, knight h4, knight h4, bishop h4, f4. Black can, let's say, go g6. And then h5 is in the air. So now white should be playing something like king g2, h5, king f3. But it seems to me that here, for example, black would go back, threatening, and then it can be dangerous.
White has to be careful here.
Very
I mean, that's
careful.
the idea, but maybe has to be building up that idea.
Yeah, but for example, after bishop e6, the idea is that white also sometimes wants to go knight e2 and knight f4. In this position, if white's to move and I have time for knight f4, maybe I have a slight something. But in this position, black can go already bishop d5, trying to bother my f3 knight.
Consequences, huh?
Yes, and it looks like you have any amount of time to maneuver and regroup your pieces here from there. But actually you find out somehow that, just one tempo is missing. And it seems like a very positional and very maneuverish kind of position. But even this kind of positions, the bottom line is it becomes concrete. You're just missing one tempo.
And I have a question for you when it comes to, so instead of moving the knight to e2, and so go back to this kind of like, sorry, it's the fly, now terrorizing our producer. No, I was going to ask you about the trade of dark square bishop, because sometimes I try to apply this kind of rule that, two knights might work better than a bishop and a knight. So especially in these kind of situations, white's got some extra space, good structure.
Yeah, bishop g5 is possible.
I mean, general rule, is this good or is this, it depends, as in most variations in chess?
I think one of the trickiest things in Berlin that there are the principles, but somehow they never match in practice.
Okay.
That's the feeling I have when I played the Berlin, that yes, in principle it's good to exchange the bishop if I also have time to play g4, knight g5 and f4 and get the space advantage. At the same time, if let's say I go, let's say I just show h5, white goes bishop e7, king e7, knight g5, black goes rook h6 or goes rook d8. Okay, it was not a good deal because black is also there on the d file and practically white has nothing really what is going on. White has 3 pawns here on the queen side and it controls the 4 pawns on the queen side, black's pawns, but at the same time you can't really do too much with your knight on g5 because you can never take really on e6 because after king e6 white has a very dangerous position, for example, because of the e5 is hanging, the knight from f5 going to be ending up on d4 very active. So yes, in principle it's nice to exchange the bishop, but in reality you need extra 3-4 tempes to make it in a good circumstances.
Yes.
So this is the big thing and this is why you can get confused a lot. So after bishop e7, Magnus is still thinking, hesitating how to continue the game.
Okay. So
he can also go something like knight e2, for example.
Yeah, knight e2 is again another common move. Just checking the database.
I don't know whether even bishop g5 maybe it works, but maybe h5 they do? Or
after
h6
knight e2?
and h5, yes.
After knight e2, knight h4 seems to be one attempt. There aren't too many games here. Another one has tried b6.
Yeah, this is why also it's very difficult to analyze these positions because you analyze these kind of different positions and then there's only one move which is different. One piece stands differently than in the other position. Or white to move instead of black to move.
Yes.
So there are a lot of things going on. Knight h4 is a very interesting try because now white cannot move his pawn because then bishop g5 and knight f3 would be the problem. So after knight h4, I don't know. Well, black wants to go possibly bishop f5, but maybe only black wants to go h6. Probably h6 is the move which black has in mind. So the white knight cannot get back to f3. Very interesting move.
Yeah. No, definitely it's quite an interesting position, but it's almost like these kind of e4, e5 ideas. I mean, there's so many variations, so many moves, and so many different plans that it's easy to get bogged down by this. How did you navigate this type of complexity when you were memorizing your opening variations? Because I must confess, my chess memory, not so good these days. It was quite okay when I was a junior.
Well, I think the key to it generally is to understand the middle game positions very well, which means not necessarily understanding it, the concrete lines. It's more about knowing the sequences, how it outcomes from, let's say, move 15 to 30.
Yeah.
And then you have a good feeling about it, that when are you in time with your plans and when you're not in time with your plans. For example, in the King's Indian, I remember very well when we played these long lines with the e5, d5 structures, and the black pawns are running on the king's side, the white pawn running on the queen's side. And I was seeing so many games in that I had simply a feeling for that I'm going to be late with a few tempis because whatever. But this you can feel only because many of these complicated positions you cannot, it's impossible to calculate. So you have to rely on your understanding, your intuition. Of course, some of the concrete lines you must learn and you must know. But many times it was something like that I've seen so many games. I said, okay, it's just checkmate. It comes and just white is behind in tempos.
Yeah.
Or something is just, well, we'll see in 10 moves who is first, okay?
Yeah.
And this, I think, goes for the Ryan Lopez also, for example, that there are so many different lines like the Zaitsev and the Breyer and, I don't know, the Arhangelsky variation and so on. So it's, you have to play a lot.
And by play, you mean like physically on a board?
Yeah, on a board to play
just
out
to get
with your friends.
Just to get that feeling of...
Well, in those times when I was a teenager, I mean, it was out of question that you're playing on the screen with someone or with somebody on the neighbors, right? So in those times, it was very clear that I had my training many times with Sophia together. And then with our teachers, coaches, we were playing training games. We were looking the opening, so we understood what it is about, and then we were going on and playing training games to understand, to see what is the outcome, to understand what I'm going to be doing in the middle game, if I'm doing well, then even in the end game. Because, for example, this position, it's very clear. There are very few positions like this that you understand that if it's pawn end game, you take off all the pieces from the board, white is winning, right? Yeah. Because white has a majority on the king's side. But it makes a lot of sense to understand as much as possible of an opening, what kind of middle game structures and middle game pawn structures, piece placement, and how does it work out in an end game also.
It just reminds me, sorry, I was just reminded of a moment on the Champions Chess Tour where, actually, incidentally, Nepomniachtchi was playing against Wesley So, and you know, looked all like a normal game, and then suddenly, from nowhere, Nepomniachtchi starts swatting these flies, and it was because of that actually Wesley won, because Nepomniachtchi couldn't concentrate. I mean, how can you concentrate when these like flies are coming at you? So
that's
it's
one of the hazards. Attack.
Yeah, exactly. SWAT attack. Yes. So still kind of cagey stuff from the players today. You know, I kind of promised fireworks, so I do hope the players.
Well, so far everybody's warming up kind of situation. We can go back a bit to Tari's game because there was an exchange there. So after c6, white decided to exchange the white square bishop, eliminate this f5. So bishop takes d3, queen d3, knight c7. I mean, it is extremely difficult to imagine that Sergei is going to be blundering or losing positionally this kind of position. I mean, he understands these things so well, the nuances of it.
Right.
Because,
Yeah, sorry, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I mean, in these positions also, sometimes black plays g6 later on, sometimes he prefers to go h6. But these things, the little details, Sergei is definitely understanding. He has a feeling for it, that in which position, which should be the correct move. But for now, he's regrouping his knight towards to e6, where it stands exceptionally well. Later on, he will defend, or already next move, he will be playing queen e7, get ready for his rook to be exchanged on e file. It will be very difficult for either side to come up with some plan which can give a hard time.
I like that plan that you showed for the black pieces. And also, I've seen that kind of plan put in operation before. I would say if I were playing with the white pieces, I would feel a little bit worried about this pawn on d4. I just feel somehow it should be protected by a sibling.
I think he will.
Yeah, and I was wondering whether white could feel maybe a tiny flicker of hope if he manages to get a knight to e5.
Well, I don't know if you're going to get the knight on e5, but I would vote for knight f3, and let's say after knight e6, I would go bishop
e5, right. A piece on e5.
Yeah.
That's going to provide us with some
But
enjoyment.
after bishop e5, it's a question whether black wants to go back, let's say, bishop e7.
Yeah. And then let's solidify the pawn structure a little bit with c3. I don't know why I'm feeling
c3,
this.
black goes queen d7, and later on black is sometimes completely ready to play even f6, g6, and king f7.
Yeah. And then what next?
Well, let's say you go bishop g3 in order that you want to jump to e5. And, well, anyway, I think black goes back to f6, and then you want to jump with your knight.
That's right. You know exactly what I want to do, Judith.
Yeah, I know that you want to occupy these squares.
Yeah.
But it's not a big deal. The bishop is not really better, I think, than the rook. I mean, not really so much. But let's see how black can react on it, because actually maybe knight e6 will be not the move, you know. But, I mean, g6 is possible to start with and just wait what you want to do with bishop e5 anyway. But that's also possible that I go knight e6, and after bishop e5 I just go maybe g6. But
there is one thing with going g6, and that is that the queen can't now step out of the way, and the rook can't challenge on the e-line. So I would...
For the moment, it's true.
It's a minute thing.
But black can go queen e7. Nobody will stop me from playing that and rook e8 with the knight on e6.
Nothing's going to stop that kind of plan. Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
I mean, the knight on e6 is really having a fortress there, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough nut to crack, as we say in the UK. Well,
also sometimes, well, maybe this is slow, but it can also be a regrouping for the knight f8 and d7. So there are quite a lot of options and opportunities to play this position for black as well.
And let's pop in.
But we're here talking about nuances. So we're not really talking about real advantage for either side.
No.
We're talking about like
slightly more
like
pleasant.
move on, your move. So that's the amount of advantage possibility you have, or something like that.
Yeah, this is the kind of chess that you play with some fine tea and some fine china.
Yeah,
you sit
it
there
goes very slowly. Very slowly.
Be prepared for the long haul.
Yeah.
So let's see if there's anything happening. Oh, okay.
We have knight f3 by Magnus.
And he's burning up a lot of time on the clock. That's...
Well, I am kind of expecting bishop e6, or he might be playing h5. That's another move which is quite natural. And he was spending up to this moment 36 minutes.
I know, and this is
h5 is on the board, so this was not much of a hesitation for Nepo.
we've now actually tried kind of by some unusual move order transposed into some heavy duty mainline stuff, and it's taken Magnus 35 minutes to get there.
Yeah, but it's not because he doesn't know or he doesn't
No.
remember. The problem is these kind of positions, I'm sure he was analyzing, I don't know, maybe 1,000 hours or something like that, without exaggerating it.
Yeah.
And you know that somehow you have to feel it, how the vibes, how your opponent is up to playing this.
Yeah.
Because you really have to sense the position also so well. And he knows it, that he doesn't really have a great advantage. He's fighting for something very small. So
Yeah.
that's why it's so difficult to play against the Berlin, because it's hard to explain why people make mistakes, because there's so thin
Yes.
ice where they are going that it breaks or it doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
For both, if you with white you can get an advantage, or you just
Yeah.
you can get worse also if you're not careful.
And you know, you reminded me of this story when you mentioned that Magnus had been studying this position for thousands of hours. And you reminded me of a story that I heard about Caruana, actually, when he was memorizing the Petrov. It was 3 weeks of solid work to memorize every single sacrifice and every single continuation. And it's like day in, day out, there's like 8 hours per day on the Petrov in preparation for the World Championship match. That was
Well, yeah.
serious.
Sometimes I wonder, of course, with the databases we have. I mean, when I was a teenager, I had my notes on paper, and of course, in those times, you were writing down only the summaries, right? You make your analysis, with your partner, your trainer, you take conclusions, and then those things you write down on a paper. So I have had about 15 kilograms of notes, which was a handbag of mine. So obviously you didn't check in, because then you have a heart attack if it's lost. So, and it was not so easy always to make a copy of that,
Yes.
because it's like a lot of pages. And it's not like copy paste like now, right? That it's on your pen drive. So I was always carrying it with me. But now when you analyze, you not necessarily make a summary and only those things you take with you, right? So, oh, this is interesting, and it goes here, and it divides there, and that, whatever. And anyway, the memory takes it, so I just keep myself going and moving. So I would really wonder how many tens of thousands of pages of analysis some players have who is really big theoreticians, you know, and they have seconds working all the time, because it must be huge.
Right.
And it is so difficult to remember them. Also, I know that before the game I was looking my papers, playing and analyzing before the game. That worked out very well. But now everybody is looking at it on the screen, and it's also that we simply push the arrow too fast.
Yeah.
And I think it just doesn't get to our
No,
mind
it doesn't.
in that way. So that's why it happens that for the players, they check it today, they see, oh, they memorize everything what can happen in that day, and 2 days later, they say, I don't remember, I have to memorize it again.
Well, yeah, I was talking about this with people, and we called it spacebar chess. You know,
Yes.
you're looking
Yeah.
at your computer, space, hit space, very good, the computer says, very good, but it's not you putting in the energy and the hard work in trying to figure out those moves. And like you say, within 2 days, gone.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely about repetition and practice. And we will be taking a very short break now, as we will have a very special guest in the studio, Chief Arbiter Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Welcome to today's Kitchen Table Talk here at this beautiful Danish design HTH kitchen. Today we have with us the official timekeeper of the tournament, Eyvind von Doren Asbjørnsen. Welcome, Eyvind.
Thank you.
What is it like being the official timekeeper, and what does that really entail?
Well, chess and time. Time is a very important factor in chess. especially here in Norway Chess, where we have a special time format. And we are a watchmaking company, so it's very appropriate to be official timekeeper here.
And you also have a watch called the Grandmaster, so you're obviously connected to chess. Explain, please.
Yes, we are very much connected to chess. We made a watch named Grandmaster that kind of sounds the skills and all the hard work that takes to become a Grandmaster. And we are also, I personally am very interested in chess and play almost every day, although at a totally different level than these guys here. I also made the films about Magnus Carlsen, the first one in 2005 called The Prince of Chess. And I also participated on the film Magnus. So yes, we love chess.
Long story with chess.
Yes.
So the latest watch that you have, and actually I think all of your watches have a special story. The latest one called Uredd, Fearless. What is that story all about?
Yeah, Uredd in Norwegian means fearless in English, as you said, and it is a story about an entrepreneur, a very imaginative young man who in 1904 decided that he wanted to build the world's safest lifeboat. So he built a boat in the shape of an egg, 18 feet long, and tried to prove that a closed capsuled lifeboat would be the best. So he and 3 others sailed all the way from west coast of Norway, Ålesund, my hometown, to Boston in America. Wow. So they used 4 months, and they overcame hurricanes and storms, and they landed safe in just north of Boston.
That's very impressive. And Eyvind, since we're here in this beautiful kitchen, how are you in the kitchen? Do you like cooking?
I like to cook, yes, very much, but my girlfriend is much more skilled than I, and she really loves these kitchens, so yes, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I think we also have a kitchen competition during the tournament, so you can try to enter and win one of these kitchens. But wrapping up here, what are you most excited about now for this tournament that started now?
Well, it will be very interesting to see how Ariantari will do among those top players. Yesterday he had a brilliant game against Magnus, and Magnus barely managed to hold a draw, so it was very exciting. And of course we root for Magnus as well, so it will be very exciting tournament.
And let's hope they keep their time.
Let's hope they do so, yes.
Thank you so much, Eyvind. And we'll be back tomorrow for more Kitchen Table Talks. See you then.
Welcome back, and that was a series called Kitchen Talks that has been brought to you by the Norway Chess sponsor HTH Kitchens, and there you saw Eyvind van Doren, who is a timepiece maker, an actual sponsor of Ariantari, who's playing here in Norway Chess, and also sponsor of Norway Chess. I mean, he produces some pretty amazing timepieces that I know most chess players will want to have in their collection. I saw that there was one with even some notation, some score notation of the Retti's checkmate.
That very famous Queen D8 checkmate, which actually there is in the advertisement as well.
I mean, fantastic. I certainly do want a luxury watch like that. And it is a pleasure to be here in the studio alongside Chief Arbiter Anemone Kalsak. And welcome to the show, Anemone.
Thank you. Hello, Judit. Hello, Jovanka.
And so this is your 7th time here in this tournament as an arbiter. How are you finding it?
I love this tournament, and I love the innovative format with the Armageddon. I think it's a tournament with a really strong personality and unique personality.
Yeah, definitely. And what are your duties here as an arbiter, and how does that compare to, say, like a normal tournament?
Okay, the traditional duties of arbiter is to ensure fair play, to ensure that the playing environment is good, air quality, light and everything. And of course, we have to be careful that the players are not disturbing during the game. And with the pandemics, we have more duties now.
Yeah, because I saw some video of you guys cleaning the pieces on the board.
Exactly, we clean, we disinfect all the pieces, all the chairs, all the board, tables, and after each game.
So this is something new since the pandemic, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It started last year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so Norway Chess has this rather unique feature of having an Armageddon game. Armageddons can get quite hectic and frantic with the players, but potentially shaking and being a little bit careless with the pieces. What's that like, being an arbiter?
It's very interesting because the Armageddon put the player under pressure.
Yeah.
So for the arbiter, we need to be very concentrated because we need to act correctly and quickly to not break the rhythm of the game if something happens, during the game, like illegal move or a player who play with the two hands, for example, or a technical problem. And it's challenging because if something happens, we need to stop quickly the clock.
Yeah.
And it's not easy because we don't have a remote control to stop it.
But do you physically come in when you see this kind of like normal time travel behavior, but when it's slightly on the shady side, you do stop in and kind of say, hey,
Yes, if something happens, because sometimes when you are under pressure, it can affect your behavior as a player. For example, maybe you want to hit the clock too hard or knock the pieces accidentally. And so, as an arbiter, you have to stop the game and warn the player. And we have different options of penalties.
Yes. And is it one arbiter per game here?
Yes.
Yes.
Because we are 3 arbiters, so it's comfortable. We can focus on games.
Yeah. And I also have to ask you, this is just from a personal perspective, because when I'm watching the Armageddon games, my heart is up here and my pulse is racing and I'm not calm. I'm feeling, I don't think as much emotion as the players, but I'm certainly feeling very, very tense. How on earth do you arbiters just keep calm in such moments of stress?
We have to keep calm, even if we are tense, of course, inside, because we can feel also the pressure. But we need to concentrate on the games.
Yeah. And do you have any favorite moments or favorite players that you like to watch?
Yeah. All the players are my favorites,
And finally, I have to ask you, as an arbiter, obviously with a long career, you must have seen some unusual things. What's the funniest thing you've ever seen?
Yes, I've been arbiter for 17 years now.
17 years.
And I remember a really funny situation. Okay, at that moment, it was not funny, but now, 10 years ago, we can say it's funny. It was at the French Chess Championship. It consists of several tournaments at the same time, 5 Opens tournaments and 2 round robins tournaments. And it's important, the round robin tournaments are important because it gives the title of French champions, women French champion and men French champion. At some point, a player of another tournament came on the stage with a bird costume and started to play a game on an available table. And so the arbiter was very surprised and he didn't know what to do, and he had to call the security to kick him out.
And I think you even showed us that there was a chase.
Exactly.
I have never ever seen that before, ever, in a tournament, where someone comes in a bird costume with mask.
Yeah.
That's amazing, and what a special moment. I mean, and
how is the situation today when, well, it's a very stressful day, I believe, because Magnus Carlsen plays with his challenger. Nepomniachtchi, and I saw from the pictures that it's pretty much packed with the audience, the playing hall. How much could you feel today the tension of the playing hall, that everybody's waiting and expecting something special to happen?
It's true. There are many, many people watching the game, and we have to be really careful that the audience doesn't disturb, doesn't make noise with cameras. So before the run, we have to remind the audience to be very careful.
What is more difficult for you to handle as a chief arbiter? A classical tournament, well, here it's only 3 games, but let's say you have 6, 7 games, or an open tournament, let's say.
I think an open tournament is more difficult, because in a round-robin tournament, you have 1, 2, or 3 arbiters for a few games. But in open tournament, you can be the arbiter for 50 games at the same time. So you can't follow accurately all the games. And most of the time, when you interfere in a game, it's because one of the 2 players call you. And also it's more difficult for me, open tournament, because we need to deal with the software and to calculate the standings and the price.
Yeah.
When an arbiter makes a mistake, can they admit to themselves at the same time admitting it to the outside public, or there is no way that an arbiter will admit a mistake?
He should admit the mistake. Everybody makes mistake.
Yeah, but it's like I was just wondering if happens.
It's not easy, Judit, to go, I hold my hands up, I was wrong.
My mistake.
Anyway, thank you so much, anyone, for this interview, and we look forward to seeing you on the camera and keeping an eye on our players and making sure that they stick to the rules.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
invitation.
Thanks.
And we'll be taking a very quick break as we get ready. Welcome back, and whilst we were taking a pause, suddenly the players, after settling into some deep thinking, actually came up with some plans and made a flurry of moves just to keep us entertained. And we should first of all check out Magnus Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi, because suddenly some bishops have been developed and well, White's pawn structure has been a little bit determined.
Yeah, after h5, Magnus played knight e2, which is a very common plan, as we discussed it before. White usually wants to go to f4 to control a little bit, stop black from playing bishop e6. And now black played knight h4. It is an idea where black wants to eliminate the knight, and then black has 2 bishops against the white knight and the bishop. And of course, black wants to develop his bishop to f5 in the long run. So white played g3 because he can make it possible that with the tempo playing g3, pushing away the bishop, and after that simply goes king g2. So a little bit comes with the king forward, and well, for later he wants to go f4, later on somehow to play g4, which is a very challenging way of executing it. So it's not so easy to coordinate white pieces in the right way. Black immediately played bishop f5, and the pawn is attacked on c2. White played c3. Knight d4 was another option to be playing, but then maybe rook d8, for example, is something to consider for black. And after bishop e3, let's say, black can go bishop e4, d4, f3, bishop d5, then maybe knight f5. So the f5 square, actually, it is a very important square. So maybe after knight d4, black would be going back to g6, which after I would consider, for example, to play g4, but then black can take, rook d5, attacking on e5. So it is a very interesting game and gets a little bit concrete. So after bishop f5, c3, still white eventually plans to play knight d4, but now c5 was played in order to take away this square from the white knight. And black's idea is to keep his bishop on h5, and the h5 pawn is really giving the comfort for the bishop on f5, as white cannot go to g4. White can think of playing f3 possibly, for example, in the next move, but still after c3, this d3 square can be a little bit weak from the white side. So it's going to be a lot of maneuvering here and there, I think, with both colors, but it looks quite a healthy situation still for black.
Yeah, definitely, and I have a suspicion that it's going to be turning on whether black can use this d3 square and use the light square color complex for this bishop in an effective way. But sometimes these like small details matter, and I like the idea of going f3 and then just going forward.
Yeah, I would also consider to play knight f4 with the idea that after c5, of course, now suddenly white has an opportunity to bring his knight over to d5, but now black can consider just to play c6, not allowing the white knight to jump to d5, and even black can try to play g5 time to time. So there is not much of to be afraid for black, but of course black will be just, I think, playing rook d8, trying to exchange some rooks. It does not look too dangerous for black at the moment.
No, it doesn't, and the line that you indicated there actually looks quite scary for white, I would say, because
of course
the knight is getting dominated by the pawns.
Bishop e3 was played, by the way, in this position.
And you know, I'm just thinking about, you know, I really like the pawn move that you suggested, so I'm like, well, can you do it now?
c6?
G5.
Or g5. G5. G5, I was also wondering if...
you know, because I'm also been very influenced by my co-commentator on the Champions Chess Tour, David Howe, and he loves to dominate the night circuit with pawns. So whenever I have the opportunity to do that, I cannot help it now, after 10 months of training.
Yeah. Yes, actually G5 has, of course, some ideas. First of all, as you say, to not allow the knight to f4, which is the best place for the knight in this position, but also try to go g4 and control the white squares. So I think after g5, white would be going to play f3, just in case, to control the white squares as much as possible, and having the plan to play g4. So black might be going g4, let's say h takes g4, h takes g4. And it's not clear how white wants to be going. Maybe actually, instead of hg4, white should be going f takes g4, takes, and then h4. And then later on to control, come with the knight to f4, and here white can be better with the pass pawn on h4.
But how risky is something like that? Because instinctively I would be a little bit worried about handing all the light squares to this bishop.
Yes, but actually here, after fg takes and h4, I think I would be kind of happy with white. The only thing I can be worried about the e5 pawn, but I think I can defend that. So for example, bishop e4, king f2, if rook h5,
yes.
Then bishop f4, okay?
Okay.
And well, the e2 knight is not something I can be too proud of, but for example, one of the plans for white can be c4 and bring it from knight to c3, and then white brings the king to e3, knight e4, and starts bringing his pieces. And don't forget that the pawn structure is really favors white.
Yeah, the pawn structure is quite horrible over there on the king
so,
side.
So I think after g5, f3 would be the move I would consider.
Okay.
But it is a very sensible move.
So it's going to kind of hinge on kind of like whether the white knight can overpower the bishop, the light square bishop.
Well,
Like it's
there
like
will
both
be.
sides of kind of
Yes.
control that
Yeah.
rogue piece.
Yeah, it's everybody, both players, both sides have to follow very much what is happening, what is the plan of white, where is he maneuvering, going away with the knight, what opportunities it's giving for black, for example. So it's, of course, white squares in this system, it is very important. So
Yeah.
sometimes the black king is going all the way up to e6, but that is only possible if knight cannot go to f4, for example. So it's either g5 is played or already the knight and the bishop is eliminated from the board.
Okay. So, but it's, I have to say one thing. I know this is a Berlin, but at the same time, there's a lot of possibility in play. So I'm really happy actually to see this type of position on the board.
There is a tension.
Can we check in on Richard Rapport against Alireza Firouzja?
Yeah, they really developed the game out of the opening. Here, I think where we stopped after e3. And black they developed the pawn with b6. White played bishop e2, bishop b7 on the fianchetto. And now b4. Actually, I'm not very familiar with this position, so I don't know exactly whether b4 is a new move. But the idea is, generally speaking, of a move like b4, that if black goes c5, white is able to take on c5 and probably play b5. But in this position, maybe white can also capture and play b takes c5. That's also a possibility. But after b4, black went knight f6, so he wants to reach with his knight the very important and central square of e4. This is what happened. And Rapport played bishop a1. And this is the position where black already made his move, queen d6. Interestingly enough, which is not necessarily such a good sign, that Rapport had spent already 45 minutes, while Firouzja only 28. And black really regrouped his pieces and get activity, because knight on e4 stands really well, especially that the bishop is on e2, not on e3, controlling at least a little bit the e4 square, right? So if white has to be losing tempo, that will not be helping. So now b4 pawn is something probably black would be considered to take and exchange it for the c7 pawn. And well, let's see what Rapport wants to play, queen b3, or he wants to go b5, because later on black is also possibly going to be playing a5.
Question. Like, I mean, is a5 an idea that black will be thinking about doing even on the next move?
I think it depends what white is going to be playing. For example, after a3, definitely a5 is to make, I think. So in this position, I don't know, what about queen b3?
Queen b3 looks nice, you know, we're told connect the rooks, two rooks by themselves, almost indestructible. So, and
yeah, but black can go, for example, bishop d5, and if, let's say, bishop c4, black can go even c6.
Yeah,
it looks like a very
bishop
solid,
on a1 kind of doesn't make
very
the best.
solid position for black, I think.
But let's try and get into Richard's mind. Like, why did he put his bishop on a1? Oh, because he wanted to stop c5.
After knight e4, he had to be moving away, and of course he didn't want to put it on b2 because it would be unprotected.
Right.
So bishop a1 was a very logical move to go back there, but black is pretty active. So I wonder if, let's say, knight e5 can be the move here. Also, knight d2 is something to consider, I think.
Knight d2 was something that I was thinking. I mean,
and to play bishop f3.
Yeah. And also you're thinking about going knight c5 as well at the right time. So say black trades everything.
Well, takes. Probably e5 is something to consider. And then rook d1, rook d1, black can go rook fd8.
That's correct.
And it looks like a pretty reasonable position for black, because black is going to be capturing on d4 just in the next move. White probably goes queen e1 or something. But okay, something like this can be the scenario that takes, queen e5.
Yeah. And it feels like the game is going to end.
Well,
quite
yeah,
soon,
it doesn't
peacefully.
seem to be such a big problem for black, I think. But maybe here white has to be playing something powerful. Well, it's a question, for example, after b5, how black is reacting. Whether is he going c6?
Yeah, I thought.
Because a6 is not possible. That's what I... Actually, even a6 is possible, because I wanted to go here, and then I thought queen d3, double attack, but even here knight c5 is still possible. No, but then queen e2.
Yeah.
So actually a6 is not possible for tactical
C6
reasons.
looks.
And if c6, let's say, takes, bishop takes, and knight e5.
Okay. And now bishop moves to, let's say,
Bishop b7,
B7,
and then
yeah.
bishop f3.
and how is this kind of situation if black were just to say, hey, let me try a trade of.
Also, I would maybe try to play f3, actually.
Try to blunt the light square bishop. Okay, I like that idea. Knight has to go back.
Yeah,
to
you
F6.
go back to g5 or f6,
Yes,
and
yeah.
then even e4 might be the move.
Ooh.
Or I can be waiting for a better wait. I mean, this is not bad, I think.
Okay, so
b5 is something to consider. I think b5 is something seriously to consider.
My instinct was actually to go b5, just to kind of clamp down, because I've played some certain positions with b4, not quite this position, but the whole idea is actually just expand as much as you can on that side of the board. And okay, shall we move on to?
Okay, let's see Tari's game.
Yeah, let's see
We
if there's
haven't
been.
visited that one for some time, though not much has happened since the last time we've seen this position. Of course, there is no change in structure. So after bishop d3, takes, knight c7, this is where we stop, knight f3, knight e6, and this is what happened, bishop e5.
This is what happened in our analysis,
Yes,
Judith.
yeah, we were just
You
going...
heard it here first.
Yeah, and black went back, bishop e7, and after c3, not queen d7, but queen b6, the more active move, with the tempo, immediately posing some attack over the b2 pawn. White went, queen b6, and after rook e2, black played rook e8. And now Tari played an interesting move, h4, which is, you might think at first that, wow, it's such an attacking move, but actually it is more of positional, I think. Positionally, it has a much more important aspect. To have your pawn on h5 and really little bit to push it. So, which means that if black wants to go f6, for example, white would be going away and then later go h5. So this already can be unpleasant for black, for example, going away, and then white goes h5. Later on can be thinking about knight h4, knight f5, which is possible only because the pawn on h5 stopping a little bit the g6 counter chance. So this is why h4 many occasions can be unpleasant, or it does have a lot of sense.
I like in principle this this move, because it's like you say, it's gaining all the space you can, but you just I just got an idea from one of your moves, because you kind of mentioned attacking the bishop, and I thought, wait a second, what's going to be the response after the queen steps back to d8 to attack the pawn on h4?
Now, bishop d8, queen d8. I think anyway, white is
just going to go
continue h5, yes. Because h5 is not a pawn which can get weak in these structures. It's just there, right? Okay, black can go knight g5, and
this is the issue,
but
and
then maybe white can take, and queen g3.
And obviously you have to be careful not to move bishop f6, yeah?
Well,
but then now you
bishop
have bishop c7.
But still, okay, you go simply queen d7.
Yeah, and now the pawn on h5 can be...
Well, even this, I mean, it can't... I mean, you really have to make many bad moves in order to have trouble. So queen g4 is just fine, as black never can go something like this and capture because of queen e6. So when you play f6, it is good, but the e6 square is going to be weak, so you can't do everything what you want. But after queen d8, yeah, I mean, g3 is not really possible because already f6.
f6 is spanner in the works.
Yeah, so queen d8, h5, knight g5. Well, maybe knight h4 in this position, trying to reach the square f5. But 1 second, you know, there after knight g5, there is an option to take, and bishop c7. Look at this.
And then queen d7?
Queen f5.
Oh, back rank mate.
This is why it's important, actually, that the rook is on e2 and not on e1, because these kind of tricks might work sometimes. And also after queen c8, white has the same queen f5 move.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily a big deal, but for example, after h6, white can take on c8, take, and bishop d6. So for example, now for a moment, at least it seems like white has a small advantage, even though white has no break in squares like rook e7, but at least the king is far away, so cannot help the rook to go rook e8. And it's not so easy to clear the situation for black, because after, well, f5 maybe, but after f5 the e5 square becomes weak, right?
Yeah, I was thinking...
If black has this and rook e8, then it's a draw, of course.
Yeah, that's true. No, I was thinking that black could put a question to the bishop first and just go, hey, rook d8. Before you
instead of f5,
yeah, instead of f, yeah, just to kind of ask white.
Yes, it is
if
possible.
You want to keep that diagonal, put that bishop somewhere less active.
Yeah, and then you go f5.
And then f5,
say, right?
yeah.
But after f5, white can go rook e5. And then after e4, already maybe bishop e7 I can play. I don't know. Well, of course, in such a positions, it's very tricky because it can always end up in a pawn endgame. And pawn endgames are tricky.
No,
First, you have to calculate all the time. Secondly, when you go enter in such a pawn endgames, you always feel that I hope I'm not going to make such an elementary mistake that everybody will see what kind of basic mistakes I do. So I think many people like to avoid all kind of pawn endgames due to this reason, because sometimes, of course, from outside, as a commentator or an amateur player, you just see the computer and say, oh, this is so obvious. So
yeah.
This is also, for the moment, white has something, but in reality, it's not much.
Yeah, in reality, it's just something to maybe make Karakin's life slightly unpleasant.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
that's
all. It's true though. The spectator sees everything. I had this once in one of my games where I don't know, the emotion was too much, and we were playing with so little time, and then after I finished, the arbiter comes and she says, what about this, when this and this and this? And I was like, don't see anything. And neither did my opponent as well. Both of us were just looking at the arbiter, who had seen absolutely all the killing variations. And yeah, she was actually, she was quite a decent player, but she was actually weaker than us. So, but you know, the spectator doesn't have the heat of the moment, doesn't feel the panic, doesn't feel the emotional attachment.
If you check it with an engine, I mean, that's easy.
Then engine.
I remember in 2006, 7, something like that, I was playing in Biel, and I had some game going on. After the game, somebody came up to me and said, well, this and this basic mistake you did. And then we were discussing this with Grishchuk, and he also said that it's so unpleasant that you fight for 4, 5, 6 hours. You calculate your all your power you have, you calculate, you see so many things, of course you make mistakes, and then an amateur player of 2100 or 1600 comes to you and tells you, you are winning in one move, it was so obvious to make this move. So it was, I think, a very difficult thing to get accustomed to strong players, that of course you make a lot of mistakes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's in a long game, of course, it's ups and downs,
Yeah.
right? And it's just, we felt that it's not fair. We are not playing in the, it's like, you know, you're biking and then the Porsche passes
Yes.
by and says, hi, I'm faster than you.
It's like bring back the good old days, you know. When I remember reading some books by Alekine, and he was just, you know, giving some nonsense variations, and everyone was, wow, you know, what is this? It's amazing stuff, amazing analysis from the world champion, and they run it for an engine now, and it's like missed mate in something, and yeah.
We have some moves, you know, in the other game, because for now Sergei is thinking after h4, and let's see what has happened. Just in a few moves after bishop e3, g5 happened.
Yeah. Gosh.
Your suggestion, f3, g4.
G4.
Interesting that Magnus did not want to take on g4 and play h4, which I wanted to do, but he played knight f4 instead.
Okay.
But I still like my choice of taking on g4 and h4. But okay.
Okay, so it's just
We'll ask them if they come
we
after the
definitely
game.
will ask them about that decision. So pawn takes pawn on the board.
Pawn takes pawn and king takes f3. So actually now I have a feeling that maybe Magnus has a little better perspective, gaining advantage. Of course, White is always trying to think about jumping in with his knight to d5. At the same time also he's thinking about playing g4 in the next move. And the f5 bishop is a question where it is going to be going away. So this is a big question. For Black to play c6, it's always a committal move. Because after c6, the d6 square is there, so when you get the e7 bishop eliminated in one way or another, for example, go bishop g5 and exchange the knight, or whatever, the d6 square is weak.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to play here immediately. I don't know whether g4 makes too much sense. Let's say takes. Black bishop should be going back to d7 or to e6. But then it seems that rook h1, I mean, it seems like White is better and getting the advantage.
Well, the nice thing about having the pawn on c6 is that now the black king can come out, at least. No, I was just talking about the final position that you had on the board.
Here?
Yeah,
But you go king e7, White goes rook d1.
and hide on c7.
King c7, and I just simply take knight takes f6, takes
And then
on
you say-
h8.
You say you're a
takes.
pawn up.
And I'm saying that I'm a pawn up, let's say I push g5. I mean,
Yeah.
no matter, I think huge advantage for White, but in any case, this
Probably
is exactly
winning,
when
right?
you say, okay, this is how White should be playing and take the lead in the
of
game.
course.
Actually, I don't like what Nepo was doing. So Magnus was magician somehow to get this position.
So yeah, no, he's okay. So g4 is a serious threat.
Maybe rook g8 is possible.
Yeah, that makes sense. But then knight takes. Okay, so knight takes pawn, bishop takes pawn.
Well, if
so
knight
it's gonna
takes
be
pawn,
okay.
bishop takes, and black
This
is
is
fine because
fine.
of bishop g4 options. But after rook g8, White cannot go g4, so this is
Maybe-
something important.
Can you try to force it with rook g1?
Yeah, rook g1 I think is a sensible idea. Though after rook g1, black goes rook d8, controls the d file, and maybe suddenly again it's not clear. Though I don't know if knight h5 is possible, and after bishop h3 to go g4, and h3 bishop can be in a huge trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook. So after king f3, what kind of move black wants to go? Well, what about rook d8? Okay, rook a8 makes sense. Because let's say White takes on d8, black has to take with the king, because otherwise the c5 pawn would be under attack. Rook d1 check. Now black has to decide where to go, to e8 or c8. to go to c8, it is dangerous in some ways because it's really getting far from the action on the king's side. So takes, bishop d7, bishop d7. It's also important to keep the pawn on c7 because the bishop on c6 can be extremely powerful.
Yeah.
So that's also, to play c6, you have to think about it, what is the consequences of that in the long term. So that's always something special to think of. So, no, actually now
he played b6.
Well, b6 can be also an idea. Well, first of all, sometimes he can go back even to c8 and b7, regroup his bishop there. And also once he goes rook d8, exchange, then he has bishop d8, so the c5 pawn is defended in this position.
And of course, after knight to d5, which looks really nice. After all, you get your knight into the center, you're attacking, then bishop to d8.
Yeah,
and, then
and the
of course,
c5 pawn is defended. So this is definitely something to... And also knight d5 now, I think it's not no any game for white, because black will be going back to e6, for example, with his bishop. So knight d5 for the moment is not something special. And actually the problem is for white maybe that if he goes g4, takes, and black goes bishop d7 or bishop c8. And actually on the h4 square, it can be some unpleasant things. If white goes knight d5, probably bishop c6, then white can be going c4. White is better, you know, white is better. So the next few moves will be very important, I think, in the game, and maybe it can determine the outcome of the game. But I don't like exactly how black has his position. I have some worries, for black's position, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I like this b6 move. I think it was very to the point.
Also possible for white. Okay, what happens if I just go rook d2?
Okay, and
rook d8.
Yeah.
I go knight d5.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take this.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say rook d8, rook d1, black takes rook d2, rook d2.
Okay. So
now maybe c6 with only one rooks on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure about c6 though, because once you've given me the idea of putting the bishop on c6, I kind of want it there.
So you want to move back? Bishop
yeah,
d7?
I kind of do.
Yeah, because after g4, black can take and rook h4.
Yes, get the rook active.
Yeah. Yeah, this is unpleasant for white. So after b6, the question is how to move forward. Yeah, actually this is, I think, very important for black, that after g4 takes, black can go back to d7 or c8, and white has no move of rook h1.
Yeah.
Though after rook h1, rook g8 is also would be an alternative, but bishop on
bishop
c6.
c6, yeah.
Let's keep it.
Let's keep it real.
Yeah. Yeah. But maybe after bishop d7, I go c4.
And can black do the ideas of rook to d8?
Well, rook d8, I would be going knight d5, let's say.
Well, Judit, you called it. Rook d2 on the board.
Rook d2 is on the board. Okay. But I think it's clear in this position, sorry, I switched the boards. I think it's clear that it's black who is fighting for equality.
Yeah.
I mean, now the white knight on f4 stands outstanding. I mean, it defends the h3 pawn, at the same time keeps an eye on the h5 pawn, and controls these two squares, the d5 and the e6. Because right now, without the g and the f pawn already, if black would be going bishop e6, it's always a little worse position for black.
Yeah, this one we saw that is
this
more
is
than
not
worse.
This is not a question.
Borderline lost.
Yes, so which means that if white has a good opportunity to play g4, push back his bishop, to control the d5, in good circumstances and able to control some lines and gain more space, then black can be in huge danger. Rook d8.
Rook d8. I have to say, I do get a little thrill every time the players make our moves that we suggest. So rook
So
d8.
now knight d5 or rook d1, or rook takes d8.
Rook d1.
Rook d1 is on the board. Yeah,
And
rook d1.
we were looking
I
at
think
rook takes.
black will take on d2.
Rook takes d2.
Takes on d2, takes on d2.
And now, even bishop. We were looking at bishop retreating to d7. That was one move that
What
we
about
considered.
playing bishop g5?
Okay.
Trying to get
And how is the
different
situation
color
after
bishop.
knight to d?
Knight d5
Sorry, knight d5. Yeah.
takes.
Yeah. Now here probably knight takes pawn. I wanted to throw in some fancy moves.
Okay, doesn't really matter.
I know.
Or you check.
King takes. Yeah, maybe I'll check again. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, but after that, king e6. King e3, king e5.
Wait. I have an idea. What about knight takes pawn?
Sorry,
Knight takes bishop. Knight takes bishop. Sorry,
Yeah, knight takes bishop. You want to give a checkmate with rook d6, I see. But it's not a mate. That's the only problem, that the mate is not mate.
I was actually thinking of stepping up with the king because I was like, hang on a
okay.
second. You know, your king is nicely
King f4.
king f4
No, that's
Yeah.
smart.
and
That's smart.
drive you backwards.
Yeah. No, this can be better. No, this something happened. So knight d5, bishop takes. Okay, this is an important line. No, white is better.
Yeah.
I think it's not a question. So after takes c6.
Takes
c6,
c6.
g4, takes, bishop goes back to c8. And now it's not so easy because next move rook h4, so knight h5. Knight h5, rook g8, rook g2, bishop e6 back.
Knight.
Knight f4, bishop a2. I mean, he's not going to be hesitating. He's just
Yeah.
choop, eats it up.
And yeah, that's a very safe pawn grab. So,
Yes, because after bishop c8, rook h4 is a threat. So that's why white should really be careful how to continue the game.
yeah, so maybe c6 is necessary. And this
But you
pressure
know
on the
what?
pawn is
You know
enough.
what? After knight g5, rook g8, knight h5, rook g8, g5 is possible.
So your idea is just to sacrifice
Yes.
pawn.
Well, I'm not sacrificing. I'm not so generous. I just
You're
want
winning.
to win a piece.
You
yeah.
want to win.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that
But
case,
bishop
bishop
e6.
e6. Yeah, somehow it feels that I don't feel like the knight should be moving from the.
I don't know.
f4.
I mean, if let's say white
Bishop
is just
takes pawn. Thank you.
giving up, you're welcome. But I can go now rook d6 and maybe you're not going to be so happy. Rook h8 only move, right? Yeah, but it's most of the time black who should be taking. Well, I don't know. Well, let's see. Rook d2 is on the board.
Okay.
So let's see if he's going to be playing c6, bishop c8,
Yeah.
bishop g5. But I think definitely Magnus got something much more than he should have if
Yeah.
black plays the accurate move. But this is the Berlin. You just have to feel it, and one bad move or you lose the thread and you're just behind a little bit.
Yeah.
Because here also, of course, white is not winning, but it's definitely has the initiative. And there are many dangers for black that eventually the pawn majority on the king side will be successful.
Yeah.
So this is typical situation. And of course, black has this dilemma. Should I go c6 and control the d5 square and then live with the d6 weakness, or I should keep it still until I can?
Yeah. There are many questions to answer, and yeah, I agree with you. I think Magnus does have the upper hand. Shall we quickly check in on Richard Rapport against Alireza Firouzja? Because
Let's see that
it
one.
looked, it just felt like this was looking
So after
like
queen
white was going
d6,
to start.
knight e5 was
Yeah,
played,
knight e5, which makes sense.
which makes a lot of sense.
And Firouzja just reacts with
Rook
rook
fc8.
fc8, which does feel somewhat shaky. So the reason I'm thinking it's somewhat shaky is I'm thinking, you know, maybe if the bishop can get to f3 and then you can put pressure on the e4 knight.
Well, my question is, what if white goes f3? Not,
Right.
Well, bishop f3 is also possible, but what about playing f3, pushing the knight back to f6?
That's direct play. And then what's the follow through? Bishop.
I would be even thinking to play b5 and control the c6.
Okay. But now you can go a6, right? Although do you?
No, after a6, I think black has serious problems.
Yeah,
on
there's something going to
c6.
come to c.
Because I take,
Yeah.
I'm going to be moving rook,
Rook
c6.
c6, yeah.
And this pressure you don't want to have
No,
without the bishop on the white squares, right?
I forgot
Takes,
about
takes,
that.
queen b3 or something. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not funny. This is definitely not funny. The question is whether can black play c5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I really don't understand this. I don't know.
Yeah.
But also immediately b5 I would consider. I think this is also something completely reasonable.
Yeah.
But f3 I also like to push back the knight first.
And yeah, so it's looking quite positive for Richard
It
Rapport.
looks nice.
Yeah.
But we also have some moves in the Tari game, and it was a very interesting reaction what Sergei did after h4, because we were discussing queen d8, for example, and moves like that, where black would just leave it there, the h4 pawn, and the option to play h5. And Sergei just played h5, that no way that I will allow your pawn to h5. I stopped that. And probably it's a good move. Actually, I like h5 very much, because now white will have a pawn on h4, which is actually by the e7 bishop, putting pressure on there. And also the main idea is that black is not behind in no space
Yeah.
problems, so he can be later on playing g6 and completely having a full control
Yeah.
over there. And white played bishop g3, not necessarily, I think, mainly to defend the h4 pawn, but it's more to make space for his rook, for example, on h5. So that's a threat. So for example, if black plays a5, let's say, I think white would be definitely going already forward rook e5. Even though queen b2 is a possibility, I think he would just take and then go back to e5.
And then there's
after
rook
the
takes.
h5, a rook e6, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a sign, after all, the black queen is stranded. But Judith, we do have a special guest. He's getting ready to come and join us in the studio, and will join us after the break, as we will have Vladimir Potkin, who is the trainer of Ian Nepomniachtchi. He'll be joining us in the studio. Welcome back, and it is my great honor to be having here in the studio with us Vladimir Potkin, the coach of, or second I should say, of Ian Nepomniachtchi. So welcome to the studio.
Yeah, hello, nice to meet you here and thanks for inviting.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. I think the first question would be a very straight question to you. How is your heartbeat in this position? Are you worried about your student, your guy?
Actually, not at all. No, I think this Berlin endgame is quite solid and Jan is treating this quite good. So I'm not seeing any dangers here. So I think Black can just even wait and not so easy to make a progress. But of course it's a long game. So Magnus will try to make something.
So I had the feeling that actually it can be very squeezy for Ian, and I see that you have very good nerves and you seem to be completely fully under control, and you know that Ian will make a draw in this position and actually he's not having trouble. I thought that Black can have problems. Would you play c6 or you would just leave it that way?
No, I think c6 maybe is not necessary. Yeah, maybe you can put your king to g7 and then see what will happen next. So because the pawn on h3, white anyway maybe somewhere should play king g2 to hold this pawn and
I want to go g4.
Maybe g4 you'll make it someone, but I will take pale, bishop c8, yes?
Yes, bishop square is on c8 in this structure, but what about knight h5?
Knight h5, so, but what is this threat?
Rook g8, yeah?
Yeah,
no, rook g8, bishop
h6.
h6.
Then you give a check, yeah. So
I don't know, I felt like, well, of course I always suffered against the Berlin. I felt that this position is kind of so much this position already to have with white. I felt that I would be really happy and proud of myself to get this.
Yeah, but maybe Black is quite solid, even with making sounds like a5 in this position. And
so what you want to say that I'm not breaking through?
No, well, of course, I mean, with white you have no risk, you can put pieces on the squares, but still Black is
no, maybe
solid.
I want to go bishop f4.
Maybe I will go back bishop e6, not to allow some e6 at some moment.
Yeah, but probably it's white who is trying to get something.
No, a bit, yes. Yeah.
Black is not really playing for
maybe,
for
of course, if the kings will be on c8 in this position, it will be much more easier to play with Black.
With Black.
Yeah.
So you you think that the king can be the only issue for Black?
Yeah, I think so.
But the two bishops hold everything off.
Bishop d8 was played. What do you think about
bishop
this?
d8, yeah. No,
is it a prophylactical move against knight d5?
Yeah, most likely, yeah. Jan uses some prophylactics, yeah. So the only thing if white can move, I don't know, before, if it helps them to advance this position.
New opportunities after bishop d8, right?
So only, but how do you think? Take, and yeah, maybe because white will want at some moment to put the knight on d5 and play b5. So
okay.
This moment, yeah.
Okay, so we wait how it unfolds until we ask a few questions from you, okay?
Yeah, no, I was kind of curious, what is the life of a second like?
Life of a second.
Yes.
Apart from extremely difficult, can you give some insight?
Yeah, well, of course, once you help another person to be better, you are fully focused to help him and to make a comfort atmosphere for him also during the tournament. It's also important, and to give him as much as advice as he needs, so not to overload and not to be completely empty. Yeah.
But you work with him more than 10 years, is that correct? I remember in playing together with you and with him in Aix-les-Bains 2011, and I remember very well when I saw you together. And people were telling, this Nepomniachtchi guy, he's very young, he's so talented that he's just going to smash everybody. You were always together, and at the end it seemed like it turned out the other way around because he won the European Championship. Was you already a training partner of him, right?
I think with Jan we are from 2007, so it's already like almost 15 years. And Yeah, I think maybe the starting point was when I was helping Jan and he won this Aeroflot Open, and it was a ticket for him to play Dortmund with Kramnik and with everyone with a strong field. He managed to have a second place, and then good results came. Yeah, so he became European champion in 2010 and also Russian champion. And luckily, I also improved. Yeah, so I won the European Championship, as you mentioned, and we played in the final round. I remember. So of course, it's my biggest success. Yeah, like a player. Yeah, but from that point, we are working with Jan, and every single tournament, I also helping him, and it's a great pleasure to be on this way with him.
There were some years after that, I remember, when each time I met Jan, and I heard it also, that he's an incredible talent, but he's not serious enough in his training and he has other interests and so on and so forth. What was the turning point for him when in his mind he thought, okay, I have my talent, I don't want to waste it, and it's my turn? I had a little feeling when I saw him in 2016 in New York, being a second in the back row, helping Sergei. Somehow I had a feeling that he was helping him, and probably he thought, these guys make so many mistakes, I should be sitting there.
Yeah, of course, for Jan, his development was not like a straightforward. Yeah, so also 2016, that you mentioned, when Sergei played a match, was quite successful for Jan as well. He won a Tal Memorial with Kramnik in the field, and very strong event. And after it, it was also some slow movement for Jan. But I think the breaking point, once he also understood and got much more motivation when he was included in this Grand Prix event. So it was possible to qualify for the candidate tournament, because to qualify from World Cup, it's not so easy to predict whether you can or not, because it was the only event when Jan was possible to do it before. And we also talked with Jan seriously, and he also understood that by his talent, it's possible for him to be like in top 10 players in the world, but to be qualified for candidates and to be able to fight for the first place, he should make a big step forward. And we also decided to take part in this Grand Chess Tour event, which was actually very hard, because, for example, we had a flight to Abidjan, to Africa, and then just a couple of days after we came back to Moscow, he was playing this Grand Prix event, which actually in the end he won with Sasha Grishuk in the final. So it was a very tough year for him and for us as well. So it was like a big test. Yeah, whether if you pass it, you will be stronger. If you not, you will not succeed. So in the end, it was we passed this test. So the turning point was this Jerusalem, yeah, when Jan needed only to win, so to be able to take part in candidates. And I think it's really made him very stronger. Yeah, so once he passed this test, and we passed also together, our team already was stronger also. So Jan was capable to fight in candidates and to fight for the first place.
How was the candidates for you? Because of course, I think most of our audience know that it was the longest candidates tournament ever. It was like, what, 1.5 year time. How did you prepare for it at first place? Were you had in your mind and the team that actually Jan should be the challenger? Like you really went there that I'm going to win, or he's going to win?
No, well, of course, motivation was quite high, but actually we had less time than other players, maybe because Jan qualified in the last moment, so only 2 months left before the first part will start. The first part, we know that it will be as the first part, yeah. And we started to prepare just from January. And of course, we did as much as we could at this moment. So Jan was in good shape. I think already the first game with Anish Giri showed that Jan is capable to fight, and he capable to face some surprises. And but of course, it was a very hard event. So all we know that candidate tournament is a very big pressure. So not all the players are capable to overtake this pressure. Yeah, and of course, in this second season where was held this tournament, So all sports events were already like canceling, and we were lucky to manage to play this tournament and organizers to have such a great event. And Jan was capable to face this pressure, of course, and all the players. And in the end, when the first part was over, by all these conditions, Jan was on the first place along with Maxim. So of course the last round was quite painful when Jan lost, but otherwise the overall result was quite nice. So Jan was leading along with Maxim. So if we just take separately before the second part, of course it was a very good achievement already. And of course the main question was how to stay fit and in shape all this year, because you never know when it will be prolonged.
Yeah, and the question is, how was he and you and the team able to mentally to have this strength to keep on? I mean, how do you keep on your nerves and your preparation and your mindset that maybe in 2 months we can't play, or in 3 months we're going to play again? There were so many discussions, even what I know, but obviously there are 10 times more discussions what you could be telling, right? So how difficult was it? Did Jan was taking it easy, or he said, okay, whatever happens, happens? Because I think it must have been incredible pressure there.
No, of course it was not easy. And I must say that we never knew when we will come back to Ekaterinburg or another place to continue this tournament. And for us, luckily, it was prolonged also in Ekaterinburg, so maybe it's a lucky city for us as well. And I think Fabiano Corano his prediction was quite closer, because when he had breakfast on the last day in Ekaterinburg, he told that see you next year, and already he knew maybe something that it will not be easy. So, and I think, of course, a great job did all these online events. So once you have possibility to play and to face the best players in the world, you have no worries how to stay in shape. So you just also continue preparing to these events, and you keep anyway you mentally in these events, in these tournaments playing.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask, so after the first part of the candidates finished, the team kind of continued with their preparations the whole time, or did you take a break at some stage?
No, of course, once we came back from Ekaterinburg the first time, we had a break, because it was like a completely new situation in all this world, and we took care about our families and about health, and so chess was on the first place at this moment,
And at what time did the preparations resume?
No, I think when the tournament resumed, so already like in May, if I'm not mistaken, there was a national Cup of Nations by FIDE, and then Magnus, this new series was born, and we started to continue our preparation, and it was already we used to this, so it was like some kind of home events, and we keep our connection by online, what to do. So we used to this new reality, and later we just understood, for example, when it will be announced that the tournament will be resumed, we will have at least 2 months to prepare, to stay in shape. So it was very important to keep Jan like ready, more or less, and he'll continue playing and be in shape at the same time. So it was all the time movement. So I think this tournament was not finished like technically. Candidates were finished, but all this preparation and being in mood for the player was like all the year task.
So you mentioned mood quite a lot. What is the mindset of both the player and the second? Like, for instance, yesterday when you were watching the Armageddon game between Tari and Nepomniachtchi, and Nepomniachtchi was in trouble, looked like he might lose it. What is going through your mind?
Of course, I'm already like experienced coach, so I know that everything can happen over the board, and I should stay not, of course, as calm, but as calm as I can. And I think this format is quite exciting, of course, for the audience, but for the coach it's not so easy because you can't relax and go for a walk or go for some break, because once the game finished, if it's draw, you should prepare for Armageddon already. You have only 20 minutes and you should be around.
Well, we are very lucky that we are just next door and you can join us right here. So you're just ready to jump up immediately when they are agreeing to a draw. Can we go back for a second what's going on? Because there are some structure change in the
yeah,
game.
Yeah, he's played c6, your move.
Yes, actually h4 was played. What do you think about this? It's a very committal move.
Yeah, I think after h4, of course, white is already less ambitious. At least it's my point of view. And they already know having this g4 ideas, and the structure is fixed. So I
But
think
maybe his idea is somehow to put his bishop on g5, right?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course.
If he reaches there one day, or you know what? Yeah, something like that. And black played reacted c6. So how do you evaluate this?
Well, I think
Strange, after bishop d8 to go c6, isn't
maybe
it?
one idea is to play bishop c7 also, to tick this pawn a bit on the 5.
So what about rook d6? You go bishop c7, right?
Maybe, and also I have bishop d7 move. Do I
Then I thought to go some e6,
e6, I take this pawn, you take.
king
maybe
e7,
King e7 is a move, yeah.
knight d8.
And the tricks keep coming.
Well, yeah.
But maybe I could take on d8, no, with rook.
Rook h6.
Bishop g4 check.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, pawn on h4, right?
Yeah, no, but it's,
Okay,
white is,
so maybe rook d6 is early. What about knight e2, knight g2? What does he want? What about knight g2 with the idea bishop g5?
Yeah, I think he just wanted g5, right? Bishop g5, sorry.
yeah, knight g2 is interesting. Maybe I can play something like rook g8 here.
Bishop g5.
So bishop g5, anyway, can't take twice.
No, because if
Yeah.
you, oops. Yeah, because you cannot take and king f4. To be honest, h4, I don't think it would come to my mind. Again, a typical move when you see h4 like this. If it's Magnus who plays it, then say, wow, we should analyze to understand, right? If it's, let's say, a weaker player plays it, says, well, you should still study chess. You don't give away g4 squares like that, right?
I think they understand something, yeah.
But I have the feeling that Magnus understands something, what is really going on. So what about knight g2?
But maybe bishop
Bishop
e6
e6,
now.
yeah, that's what I was
Sorry?
thinking. Consequences. Bishop e6.
Maybe
Still.
transfer the bishop to d5 now. Bishop d5 check,
King f4.
king f4, and yeah, now what are my options?
Not sure it's funny. Knight, if I have knight e3,
Can you?
then I don't care about my pawn on h2.
Oh, that's this.
But it's not my pawn after all, so why should I care?
Yes.
No, once the bishop on g5, it can be tricky, no?
Yeah, so need to find some solution. Maybe instead of bishop e6, there is something more clear. Yeah?
But actually black has to be fast, right? Because if I reach bishop g5, then I made progress at least.
Maybe it might be an idea to give a check first with the bishop,
King e4.
and then go rook to g8.
Ah, okay. So you really want to stop me doing those things. But I go bishop f4. I regroup my knight to e3.
And now I was hoping to go bishop e6 and
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah, so knight e5 at some moment can come. Yeah.
Knight g2 is on the board. Oh, I'm so proud of myself.
Judit has been very accurate this this tournament so far. You're spotting a lot of opportunities.
Well, it's tricky in Magnus's hand, something like this.
Yes, something. Yeah, so black need to be precise. Yeah, of course. Maybe I'm dreaming to play some moment f6 to break this, but I'm not sure
Now
it would
f6,
work
you
or
want
not.
to try?
If f6, for example, what will happen?
Well, I might be going bishop f4. That's one way of reacting. Maybe that's what I would be doing.
Let's make some. If I play rook f8, for example. Pity I can't castle, yeah?
Well, yeah, that's not exactly the direction you can move. Yeah, rook f8 is pretty good. Yeah, king e3.
So you want to put the knight on f4 anyway, yeah, at any cost.
I want to go somehow e takes f6 and bishop g5, knight f4.
Okay, well, take on e5, I think. Anyway, I should take.
Takes,
Take, and no, let's say maybe bishop g4,
knight f4.
knight f4, rook f5, maybe. King e4, maybe you have here. So I don't know how much is it. Of course, it's slightly better for white, but okay, rook f7 maybe, or bishop f7, I don't know what. How do you think in general?
Rook d6.
Yeah, here rook d6. Yeah.
Rook h6.
Maybe bishop e7 was more precise. Yeah.
I'm sorry, bishop e7?
Yeah.
Yeah, instead. Yeah.
But bishop e7, knight e6, for example, is an option. Or
Knight e6, maybe rook f1. I will go.
what about knight g6? You go away.
No, anyway, rook f1. I think.
Yeah,
about
once you
activity,
go, you
yeah.
have good counter chances.
But you're right.
Probably.
Yeah, black need to be precise after the c6 move played. More
Yeah,
squares
somehow I
forward,
have
yeah.
the feeling that if you want to play c6, you might as well play it immediately. But it's interesting. He played c6. Magnus immediately went with the knight away. I don't need my knight there. It did its job, right? So it went back. Yeah, f6 maybe. But after f6, what about if I take it
Yes, I will take.
and takes bishop g5? You give it check.
Yeah, most likely check.
King f4. Rook f8.
Maybe
Yep.
rook f8. I need to calculate this. Yeah.
Takes,
Take.
takes.
Rook
Rook
f3.
f3. Rook e2 check.
King somewhere f7. Yeah. Rook f2.
Rook f2.
But it's very complicated. Yeah. Knight g6. But yeah, some strats.
Some unpleasant rook e7, king h6 stories.
Yeah.
Well, it's still to think, right? How to handle it, because it has to be, it's a serious decision-making
Maybe
point now.
king d7 was more precise, not to give this mating idea.
Not to go that direction
Yeah,
with the king, but here. Yeah, but here there is a huge decision to be made by Ian. To go f6 or
Yeah, this of
rook
course f6
g8,
is
but then, or
decision,
rook
yeah.
bishop g4, or what did we look? The other option.
So I have to ask you, are you less less not bothered by the position? Or are you a bit concerned now about Nepomniachtchi's position?
More tension, you mean?
Yeah,
after this?
no, I'm just.
So if
no,
you're more concerned
you're more
now or
concerned because
now?
you
More
weren't
concerned.
concerned before. You said no, it's a good, it's okay.
No, I'm always confident in Jan. Yeah. So, I'm
Probably
pretty
that's
sure
his
This is-
coach
this
for
is
so
good.
many years, right?
This is good to have unshakable belief because Judit was making a very convincing case
Yeah,
for
but
white.
Judit was very strong. All we know, and remember of this game even with Gary, yeah, in Berlin.
Yeah.
So Judit has much experience in all the same games.
Well, long time
Yeah,
ago.
it's not so easy to to react.
Can we look? Can you tell us your evaluation on the other games? We had this position, What about this position? White played knight e5, and then we just move on. A few moves happened since.
No, I saw that Alireza
And he
played
played rook
not
c8.
well in the opening, yeah, because of course in Greenfield you should make some break with c5 or e5, yeah, either. But now it's more or less some Schlechter, or what's how it will overlay this position, and White can advance with b5 or.
That's what I was thinking. Why not to b5 here?
Yeah, maybe b5.
Or
is
you know what I
traditional.
wanted to go? f3 first, go away, and then b5.
Yeah, black position is looking very awkward.
Suspicious,
Yeah.
no?
But
So he
they
didn't
fork
play
in this
this, but he played queen a4, which looks also quite promising. a6, knight c6, b5, queen c2, takes, well, it's a must, I guess, to take, right?
Yeah.
Takes, a5, trying to look for some counterattack.
Yeah, maybe White can take on b5 and then go back with bishop c4, but then knight c3 we should calculate. Yeah.
You mean bishop takes,
for
takes,
example.
bishop c4,
Ah, but bishop
knight
knight
d2.
d2, yeah, knight d2 is here, yeah.
But maybe black is just in time.
There is some funny move a4, I don't know.
Oh, I like those moves. Though I'm not, well,
If you take on b5, you'll take his bishop, I think.
you take with the bishop, of course.
So rook b1 is kind
Well, it's a Richie kind of move, right? a4. He's capable to make moves like that. This is a nice move. And if b takes a, you go b5, right?
Yeah.
Knight d2, rook d1, knight b3.
Yeah, this bishop b2 maybe, or to have the square on a3.
Maybe a4 is the powerful move, right?
No, one of the options here, because how to continue.
No, but what else, actually?
Yeah, because what else? Yeah,
Right?
yeah, because bishop f3 then knight d2, so
What about if you attack the knight with
Bishop d3,
bishop d3,
knight d6.
and now pawn takes pawn, maybe? And then go rook c.
Yeah, but you don't want to leave your a2 pawn behind.
Yeah,
Simply, that's not. But after a4, if a takes b4, bishop b5, what about knight d6
yeah,
now?
knight d6 here, yeah, it's also a question.
Rook b1.
So if rook b1, you take and play rook
And
c8.
rook c8.
Yeah. Rook c5. What else?
Yeah, but
Rook a5. Yeah.
who is better?
black.
I don't know. I just wonder.
He can play e6, right, and keep the pawn alive.
Yeah.
b6. No, it's crazy. But maybe Rapport misplayed it, don't you think so?
Yeah, of course, his advantage is less than before. That's for sure. If there is one, yeah.
Yeah, because now the a1 bishop.
Yes, everything was under control. He could play b5 himself.
And what about playing a3? Takes. Knight d6
maybe knight d6? Yeah.
and go bishop c3. Or to play f3 even. But
Rook
okay,
a2.
bishop c3, rook a2, bishop d3, let's say. No, but maybe this can be still.
But maybe black wants to play here e6 and move the king to d7,
I go rook c1,
king f8.
even d5. Can't I go?
d5, I take on c3.
Rook c3.
Yeah, I need to go king e7, yeah. Ah, but
Yeah,
you
but
take
c7 even just to take on e6, g3.
Yeah, that was worse. Yeah.
Still looking quite pleasant for white there, I think. So
Maybe after all a3.
Could be, but if I take and play rook a4 immediately, trying to.
I think
you
I
can
go
take
bishop
as a-
d3. Well, okay, I can take also, right?
Then bishop a6.
And then bishop a6
So
or bishop
of course it's
d3.
a
But
question, how
I
much
thought
is
also this might be a move.
then
To
bishop
push,
c3, yeah.
and then bishop
Bishop
c3
c3
and
and then-
similar.
Right, yeah.
and shall we have a quick look at the
Yeah, let's see the-
Hari? And I think we actually have, after that, we do have some moves in the Magnus Carlsen Nepomniachtchi game.
What do you think about this? Isn't it a very balanced game?
No, well, white should be a little bit better, yeah, more active now. But I know that in black pieces is Sergey, so it's should be a draw somehow. Yeah.
Have you been impressed by his miraculous defending? I mean, it's just fantastic. You know, he's been living up to his nickname
Yeah,
in
but
this
of course.
particular tournament.
What about queen f5, by the way? What
Queen f5, yeah.
the defense minister has to say about
Maybe queen
this?
a6, minister has some trick.
Has his
I know Sergey will find something,
communicational tools, right? Queen a6. Yeah, but what is this? If let's say rook e1,
yeah. I take on a2.
okay.
So can I
Takes
take on
rook.
b2?
Be careful, Vladimir. That's
Yeah.
all I can say now.
Well, yeah, but Sergey also good defender. Yes, maybe queen c2 he'll play.
Yeah, it's like a magician, no? There's always a saving move from the hat.
It's very similar, like Jan also played in Armageddon, also with his queen on c2.
Yesterday.
He was defending.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was looked like queen was also offside, but still he found a way how to.
Yeah, queen c2 is a nasty defender. And here knight g5, you just take it and queen c2 again. So Sergey is provoking Tari.
Yeah,
Do I
maybe.
understand well? Provocation. What about knight g5?
Yeah, knight g5 is an interesting move because maybe black need to take on g5 his bishop. Yeah, what to do?
But after takes, I have f4, f5, g6.
This could be a problem. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe queen a6 still a
Yeah,
move.
queen f3.
Queen f3. If I take on a2.
You like pawns.
No, but what to do? I have to believe in Sergey. Yeah, so yeah. Otherwise, there's no choice. Yeah.
King h2. Queen
Queen
b1,
b1.
yeah?
B1.
Queen b1. Yeah, and I'm cooked. Just in a second. Yeah, queen a6. And what is this? Queen takes a6, b takes a6, f4,
G6. Yeah.
g6, yeah? And I can jump with my bishop.
But maybe you can move the bishop first.
No, but my pawn is hanging.
No, it's
Rook,
not.
bishop d6, you mean?
Yeah. Maybe you can just give it up.
Rook,
But rook d8,
d8.
Yeah, but then you give it up. Bishop moves
Yeah, but
somewhere.
takes and pin.
And then knight,
bishop.
rook d. No.
Ah, rook e7,
Rook
you just
e7.
want to
Yeah.
pin. Yeah, true.
Sometimes I don't like my pawns.
True, true. You like your pawns, you just temporarily give it up. You're not so generous
Oh,
that you
yeah.
just give to your opponent.
Should be some counterplay. I don't know. Maybe h4 is possible to play here, for example.
And h3, right?
Rook
Or
a7,
rook
rook e8,
Rook e8, bishop e7.
bishop
F6.
e7, f6 still.
Yeah. What is a4?
A4,
Fun.
yeah.
I think it's nice for white, right?
King f7 maybe I can play.
Actually, we have some moves.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we have moves everywhere.
Shall, shall we quickly
Yeah, so maybe
check?
white is pressing, of course, but still it's very solid for black. Yes.
Yeah.
I think this conclusion should be.
Bishop g4 was done.
Bishop g2. king f2, yeah.
And not king e4, just coming back king f2 because he wants to go bishop g5. And what does he want after rook g8?
Maybe bishop f4 and then knight e3.
Yeah,
What
just
to do?
slowly, very slowly. And after that, what does he want? Probably after bishop e7, for example, to go knight e3, and after bishop e6, go back king f3 and king e4, right? No?
Maybe
Yeah.
black has some time to advance with b5, c4 in these positions, but yeah, c4 maybe. To
Knight
gain some
f5?
space. Knight f5. So maybe bishop d5 check. Bishop c5 check. At least I already made 2 checks in a row.
Okay, it happens all the time. You push me back, I go for it, again you push me back.
So very flexible, yeah, with everything. And maybe king d7.
Yeah, now it seems like black got out of it.
So, can I tell you both some confessional gossip?
Oh, let's hear it.
So I just seeing on Twitter from Kaya HS Irvang, who says that Magnus Carlsen has twice been to the confessional. Once to say he intended to play the white side of the Berlin in the style of Levon Aronian. The second is to say that Nepomniachtchi's pawn move c5 was an inaccuracy.
c5,
Yeah,
not c6, but c5.
yes. So
Already there, here's
yeah,
c5. This is what he doesn't
Yeah,
like.
this is what he doesn't like. So
Magnus didn't like, yeah. That's
yeah, this is Magnus
he
didn't
says
like this.
c5
Yeah.
inaccuracy.
Yeah, maybe he just saw the square on d5 for the knight, yeah, of course, and he thought that there wouldn't be any game for him if not the square, yeah. It's a very possible conclusion, yeah.
So I just thought I'd share that little
No,
piece
we
of
love
information.
confessional booth.
Yeah, we do.
Ian is not a player to go into the
I
confessional.
don't know, if he knew that Magnus told c5 is an accuracy, maybe he can reply with something.
Now that would be a twist, actually.
In Russian.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
What's interesting, Magnus confessed not his mistakes, but Jan, yeah?
Well, actually, maybe it's already a hint and psychological threat for the World Championship already that he's giving this message.
Well, we'll see, yes. At least Magnus is very honest, yeah?
yeah, actually he is. I think it's true. So can you tell us a little bit about the World Champion preparation? I know you can't reveal too much, but can you reveal who is in your team?
Can reveal something.
It's only a small thing.
Yeah, well, at least you know me, and it's already a big hint, yeah.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell about World Championship. I think it will be very exciting. So, and,
Did you see the venue? Did you visit it there?
Well, but Expo is starting from October 1, so starting to work, yeah. So it's anyway impossible to see the venue, yeah. But,
So you didn't have too much
But we see all these presentations, and place looks very nice. But as for me, maybe you saw that in Dubai is very hot now, so I prefer to be in Norway. Weather is much mild here, and as for me, yeah. So I'm, with my red hair, I usually get burnt on the sun. Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling that in Dubai you're not going to be too much on the sun. Mostly you're going to be in the room preparing, right? For
Yeah, maybe, yeah, of course, Dubai is quite a great city with view and sea, but we'll see what, at least it will be November, not so hot already.
Interesting.
And what do you think about the 14 games that they increased the number of?
Well,
Games.
I think it was the way how to fight with these draws. So it's not only game increase, but they increased instead of 2-3 days. So the schedule will be the same, but instead of 2-3 days, Jan and Magnus should play 2 more rounds. So of course the schedule is more tough and more games. Maybe it will make the match more exciting. So the players should be ready for this.
And are you able to tell us, like, what kind of staff you're bringing with you? Because, you know, traditionally Magnus takes a chef a personal trainer,
Friends,
and more friends, seconds.
family members.
Yeah, well, of course, Magnus has a big experience in all these matches. It's already, he played 2 matches with Anand, 1 with Sergey and Fabian, so it will be his 5th match. But I think any match is like a new story, yeah, so it's already many years past. So, of course, we also will make something to bring to Dubai and to make the atmosphere more comfortable for Jan to play.
For you, it's going to be your 2nd World Championship
Yeah,
title
exactly.
match
Yeah,
to be
was
trainer.
with Sergey 5 years ago, and now turn to be with Jan.
Can you share anything that what in a title match, what was, for example, for you the most difficult moment as a coach next to Sergey? Like for a coach, which is the most difficult? The stress, the preparation that it doesn't work, which you prepared, the 3-day stressful tension, the environment.
Well, only maybe the result was tough, yeah, once you lose the match, but otherwise I remember only light days, yeah, because actually the World Championship match is a great story, and I think Sergey did a really great job fighting with Magnus, and he was very close to win this match, but of course all we know that Magnus is very strong and tough player, and match ended in his victory, but otherwise for me as a coach was like a great time to be in the World Championship, and I am enjoying it, and so I feel the pressure is high as I need, yeah, so I think otherwise I'm trying to get pleasure and to create the best atmosphere for the player as I can, as a coach.
Well, this is definitely a very important part, I think, of preparation, especially for players who are playing. I remember many years ago, so that when you see seconds, it's many times it's not about the position or the game, right? Of course, in a title match is different. But to have the walking partner, right? That you walk a lot, you talk a lot, and to comfort your player as much as possible in difficult moments, and not to lose the security or the self-confidence about themselves.
Yeah,
This
I can imagine it must be very important actually to be in a good mindset, be in a good mood, as Vladimir has been saying. And whoa, thank you very, very much for joining us in the studio and sharing with us all your insights and analysis, and proving again that
Did I share
Judit.
something? You told I should. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks
for
very much for
inviting me.
being here. And well, let's see how it unfolds this end game.
And thanks for inviting, and I had a great pleasure in being in studio, and we will follow you as well. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank
Keep
you.
in touch.
Thank you very much. And we will be taking a very quick break as we get ready to see what's happening with the players. Thank you. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back. And for those viewers who have just joined us, I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and I am joined by the absolutely wonderful Grandmaster Judit Polgar. And whilst we were on a short break, it looks like there is some action happening in the Ariantari versus Sergei Karyakin game. So we heard it earlier on from Vladimir Potkin, who'd worked quite hard with Sergei Karyakin in the past, that he had a great confidence in Sergei Karyakin's power of defense, and it's proving to strike once more. I say strike, but actually it looks like he's going to withstand Ariantari's initiative, because it looks like the game might be headed into a threefold repetition.
Yes, what happened, I think, well, we were last visiting this game when it was bishop f6, bishop e5, and black just took on e5, rook e5, and after this move, black finally started to take pawns on b2. The first one, white goes knight g5, so queen h7 is a threat immediately. So black is forced actually to give a check on c1, king h2, check again, and we just see a repetition of moves, and they agree to a draw because black cannot do anything, because if g6, then white would be capturing on e6, and after that the g6 pawn would be under attack, and otherwise the queen h7 check would be very strong. Like after queen h4, I think white would just go queen h7 check and queen g7. So they agreed to a draw, and just probably within 20 minutes we're going to see the first Armageddon game of today, because I have a feeling that we might have more, but definitely we have the first one coming up.
So 20 minutes, get ready. And in the meantime, we should definitely check in on the game between Richard Rapport against Alireza Firouzja, because it looked like Richard Rapport was doing pretty well.
There was a very interesting moment where we still had Vladimir with us, and we were looking some very beautiful lines, very spectacular move a4, which I liked very much at first, but actually it did not work out completely. And Rapport played bishop d3, pushing back the knight first, and only after knight f6 he captured the pawn on b5, and after a takes b4 he went bishop c4. And the idea is that white is putting pressure on the diagonal towards the king, but of course the most important right now that he's defending the a2 pawn. And I think black played a very good move, knight e4, because it activates itself. So even though black lost two tempes, right, because it was pushed back just before, still it's a good move. Knight d2 is a threat, and also a defender idea with knight d6 sometimes. But the main problem is knight d2, and also the c3 square can be a move that can bother for white. But for now, definitely knight d2 is the main threat for black.
Yeah, because white absolutely wants to preserve that light squared bishop.
Well, that would be fantastic for him. And I mean, in this position, if white to move, white goes f3, let's say, white can have a huge advantage with the bishop pair, stability, the a2 pawn, there's no way it will have any problem. White bishop can go to b3, rook c1, and just enjoying the initiative and the very active position. While after knight e4, the question is how white will be continuing. For example, rook d1. Why not to go rook d1?
Knight.
And, well, if knight d6, white will just go bishop b3, and white has a great position. So what about going knight c3? I would maybe take it.
Yes, let's take it.
And go bishop b3, try to capture the c3 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And e5 was what I wanted to say. It's a bit risky, because it is lengthening the diagonal for the b3 bishop, but
yeah, black is trying to break the center and simplify the position, but after d5 I think he goes e4, protecting the pawn on c3.
But maybe you'd have to actually just accept that concession and just kind of say rook takes. I'm trying to be greedy.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to be greedy now too, because
and now rook d8.
Actually,
but this rook takes d7 is a problem.
Yes, so this is not exactly. So after knight e4, rook d1, how black wants to continue this? Well, still, of course, I would take white. It's clear that it's only white who is playing for a win. Black will have to fight very heavily for a draw.
Not so easy, is it?
Not at all. I think Firuza is having one of the most difficult positions in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
And Rapport is in great form.
He's in
So
fantastic shape.
practically, I think Rapport did not have a bad position.
No, he was.
He
was
lost. He drew against Magnus in the playoff, but he was winning there.
Exactly.
So I mean, he's very stable somehow, and he has a great focus, I think, in this tournament, and that's why he's seeded #1 right now. But of course, the tournament is long, you know, and the system of the point system is also extremely interesting and tricky, because who wins the classical game gets 3 points. I never played actually in such a tournament where it was 3 points, I think. Unless maybe in Bulgaria, maybe, I don't know if I played there with this system. But so 3 point goes for the winner in classical games, 0 for the loser. But if they make a classical draw in the classical game, then in the playoff, white has to win.
Yeah.
That's 1.5 point. And if black makes a draw or wins, then he takes 1.5 point. So this makes it extremely interesting, because we will not be able to know, maybe even until the last moment, whether who is going to be the final winner of the event. We have a move, and white played rook c1, not rook d1.
Okay, but now knight d2.
Actually, it is a very sensible move also, but let's see what he has in mind. If after knight d2...
I mean, is the idea just to go bishop a6?
Bishop a6, rook will be moving away to b8, and also black can have some counter chances with b3.
Uh-huh. So
what does he have in mind? What about bishop d5? Yeah, it's
but then
strange.
e6. Maybe you can... It's like you want to cough and put the pawn that's on h2 on h3, and then suddenly those tricks don't work. So bishop a6, I don't know, I wasn't sure about bishop d5 because of e6.
Yes,
Unless-
after bishop d5, e6. What about e6, rook c2, takes and takes.
But it does feel like black would have breathed a big sigh of relief.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
look
he
at that
can
bishop
maybe
on
just play
a1.
c5, and if takes, bishop takes, and rook c5, and this is something white will not be winning.
Well, yeah, I like this idea. That's quite simple. But I actually thought of that. Black could kind of claim, "Hey, your bishop on a1 doesn't have a great future."
Interesting what Rapport has in mind in this position after knight d2. You know what he wants? Maybe, is there any way to trap the knight?
Maybe he just wants.
No. I was thinking bishop d5, and after that rook 1 c2, but then is the problem that takes on b3.
Yeah. Maybe his idea is just to go. Yeah, could it be something to do with bishop d3?
Bishop d3, rook a2, and knight b3 is a threat already, so that's the issue I'm having.
Yeah, because after rook c2.
Yeah, I
just
mean, rook
goes-
c2, knight b3, I can go.
Yeah,
so
exactly, and then that's
It's just
problems. That's not great. Maybe. Nope, no maybe. I'm out of ideas. I think the only thing I can see is bishop a6.
yes, but after bishop a6, rook b8.
And then give the king some air. So maybe
Let's say you just go Asian, but b3.
b3 is the...
Interesting. Let's go on to just for a little bit what happened between the Magnus game, okay? So what happened was after bishop g4 check, king f2, black played rook g8, and a3 was played here by Magnus. He was not in a rush to go bishop f4 or anything we were looking at. Rook g6, bishop, no, not rook g6, I'm sorry. It was bishop e7, I think, bishop e7, and after that white played bishop f4, so he starts regrouping his knight to e3. Though after rook g6, not knight e3, he goes knight e1. So let's see how he's going to be managing his maneuvering with his knight. Very interesting and unexpected. But of course, after knight e3, bishop e6, where would it go further, right? Especially after a3, black for sure will be playing c4. So knight e1.
Maybe his, I guess, oh wait, 1 second. I do have to announce that the Armageddon match between Arian Tari and Sergei Karyakin will be taking place at 8 p.m. So that's 11 minutes from now. And of course, we'll keep our eye on that game because it's going to get very, very tense, especially with all that action on the board. But okay, going back to this position, this
Knight
one.
E1. So probably his idea is to get to f3 and control the g5 square.
Yeah.
And at the same time, if black goes c4, let's say also knight f3 and also controlling the d4 square. But it is definitely not easy to make progress.
And
in
how
this
is this?
position, of course.
How is this opposite color bishop endgame? No, it's not opposite color bishop. There's rook and bishop endgame.
Ah, you
That's
mean bishop f3?
yeah, if you take it.
If bishop f3, king f3, I think black would not like to do something like this because black has simply no counter chance. That's his biggest problem in such a position.
Okay.
And also, let's say he goes b5, I would be going
Maybe you can
let's say
step
king
forward
e4,
with the king.
a5, I would be going king f5, and my next move will be, I think, let's say after b4, I take, well, first of all, rook d4, so b4 is not possible. But whatever black is doing, bishop g5, so this should be a huge advantage for white, I think.
So even like you say in this type of position, just kind of for the benefit of everyone, like if you push forward with the pawn on c5, this is just creating weaknesses and...
Well, the problem of black's position in this this position, that the white squares are completely undefendable. And as I always like to say, and we know many of us, that in endgames, the king can be the most powerful piece. And many times, many times, the game is won because of the difference in activity of one or another. Because, for example, in this position, if I just put back the king on e4, and I say that black king goes to e6, then probably there is no danger for black. But because white is reaching the square f5 and the black king is passive, after this, bishop g5 will be something black will not be able to handle and stays very passive with his king and the rook, and some of the pawns may fall off.
Yeah. So, in fact, we actually have a move.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Getting ready to potentially move the bishop to a better diagonal.
Well, now there are several moves, I think. Well, knight f3 is the
That's the
obvious,
consistent one, right?
Yeah.
You know, try to get the bishop to g5.
At the same time, it's also possible that white wants to be improving his king and try to reach out to e4, but after that bishop d5. So knight f3 seems to be the most logical continuation. But, and this is what we are having on the board, knight f3. White has 26 minutes, while Nepomniachtchi, his opponent, has 42. And it is a small sign, actually, that usually Magnus is not behind in time. If he feels comfortable, if he's in good form, he's very rarely is behind time compared to his opponent.
That's true. But he did burn a lot of time navigating the opening.
Yes, but until some time, I think they were kind of balanced in time. It wasn't the case.
Okay, so knight has gone to f3, and now it's Nepomniachtchi's turn to probably wait.
And what happens if bishop d5, let's say?
Yeah. And
I don't
the
know.
king
What about
steps
bishop?
forward.
Well, what about bishop g5, let's say?
And what is the situation after bishop takes knight? If
Bishop
we
f3,
initiate the trades.
bishop e7,
And
but
now,
probably now king e7, and we come to the position that suddenly
Exactly.
black king is going to be active, and white cannot go to f4 because of rook g4 and captures the e5 pawn. So let's see what Magnus could have in mind after bishop d5.
I mean, perhaps to step
Probably
forward
knight
with the
g5
king.
or king e3.
King e3, improve the position.
Well, I don't know what his next move might.
Well, you don't have to have a next move, just
Okay, if
Wait.
okay, b5. Your
okay. Okay, now maybe this knight. I mean, if the knight moves there to g5, then after, I mean, I don't think black can even think about going bishop takes knight, because
Well, it's
Too
a good
much
question
tension.
whether if black takes, if you take with the bishop or,
or the pawn. I wanted to take with the pawn.
But if you take with the pawn, then I think it's not going to be enough, because bishop e6, and whenever you go rook h2, bishop g4, I just defend the pawn. So it's not going to be enough. And this bishop should be standing on f6, which is not going to be the exact move.
It is a miracle to get there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So bishop g5 seems to be the move, but then probably king d7, king f4, and g4, something like this should be the idea for white, I think.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Which does not mean at all that this would be winning for white. It's just that there are some
Yeah, because
difficulties for black.
yeah, definitely, because taking the position we've got on the board, you know, pawn takes pawn, it's probably is forced.
I think probably
yeah,
I would push.
and then rook goes back to
and then I
g8,
push again.
and then push again. Yeah, this was the thing I was trying to highlight, that there's going to be a bit of a race, and black
No,
has
actually,
some
black
weapons
is-
of their own.
Black is in time. So if I go take here, then you go king e5.
Yeah,
Check. There.
maybe the bishop can step in the way. Oh no,
Maybe. Here you go back.
yep. And I'm dreaming of playing f6. So be careful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, not an easy position for both Magnus and Nepomniachtchi here.
No, it's you really have to pay attention every move, that by making a move, what new opportunities is given to your opponent, because depending on which diagonal you're controlling.
This reminds me of this catchphrase that this supermarket in the UK had, like Tesco supermarkets, every little helps. And this, every little thing helps.
For example, I would think of f6 or even f5.
Yeah,
Maybe f6 is something to consider for black.
okay, so
Because if white takes, then black just captures it back. And of course, this pawn structure can be very difficult to move because of the bishop on e6 and controlling the g4 square.
this looks great, but is there some issues with the rook coming to d6?
After rook d6, I thought simply bishop something. I had in mind bishop, but the problem is after this, knight e5, right?
Yeah, this was,
No, I wanted bishop e7, but can you really take that?
I think I can.
Well, this in this case, yeah, no, it's. I mean, this is typical Magnus kind of game. It's like there is not much, right? There is not much, but he's making a move here. He makes a surprise there. Nothing concrete, maneuvering here and there.
Yeah.
Should I play c4? Should I play e5? Pawns never go back.
Well,
And this is, you know,
slow and steady wins
Yeah.
the race. Okay, so
Bishop
we do
d5
bishop
is on
d5
board.
on the board. And we were just looking at,
bishop g5 we were discussing.
yeah, bishop g5, we thought maybe it was a bit too direct because potentially black could initiate operation trade and swap off everything.
But actually, I don't understand why we thought that. Bishop
Okay,
g5,
bishop takes knight.
bishop f3 takes. I know, because takes and king e6.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
king e6 and then,
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the problem. So here bishop g5 cannot be done, then probably knight g5 should be done.
and here we
Now
consider
f6.
something.
Maybe now f6. Takes and takes. Now it's the
Oh,
move
we have a
f6.
move.
bg5.
Bishop g5. Oh, well.
But we thought that this doesn't work.
So bishop, this is okay, let's run through our analysis again.
Bishop is
Bishop
3.
takes 3,
Bishop
bishop takes,
takes.
bishop, king takes,
Takes. King e6. Rook d8 maybe. But I don't believe this.
king takes pawn, and then
Rook
rook
h8, rook,
h.
rook f6 and rook f5. c4. No, but king f6. Very strange. Very strange.
And also,
But there cannot be anything else.
oh,
What, I don't know what Magnus has in mind. Maybe to give it check and rook d7? Check and rook d7, but this cannot be the case. Rook f6 and a5. Did he blunder something? What is happening here? Very strange.
no, I think bishop takes knight is the best move on the board.
Yes,
And,
but isn't it just giving away everything? We just said. we
And here
just
goes-
said-
I
We
know.
just said that he's going to be torturing this way, and then he's going to go there and torturing that
he's-
way.
But you did outline a strategy right at the very beginning where you said,
And
well,
bishop f3 on the board, and now he's going to be upset
right,
that he blundered. I'm sure we're going to see some head shaking.
so fist pumps. We don't do handshaking anymore.
No, the head.
Oh,
With
head
the head
shaking.
shaking. He
Okay.
will be like he likes to give this expression when he blunders something.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe he just wanted to enter and he says, okay, go for a draw, finish the game.
Exactly. He's
let's
put
go for
pressure.
the-
He's put pressure on Nepomniachtchi, and yeah, it doesn't look so
yeah, no,
fast.
actually he's keeping it under control. It is just strange.
Oh, let's check out the Armageddon game between Ari and Tari.
Oh, we have
and
the
we got
Yeah,
so
we were
absorbed.
busy here. Okay, so again the same system, business as usual. They repeat the opening of the previous game they started, right? And then Tari played d3, bishop c5, changing strategy, and goes for the long game, which is completely understandable because
He needs to win.
in that kind of situation, you don't go in the symmetrical line. You go for a long game. He has to win this game in order to score the full 1.5 point, which maximum he can score here. And Black played bishop e7, castle, d6, d4. Still, of course, he wants to open up the position. He likes to play, I think, more open positions, Tari. So he's opening up already. And let's see if Black is going to be capturing on d4. No,
Okay,
he
bishop
goes
d7.
castle.
Okay.
He just goes castle, so I guess, though now we question whether can white take on c6 and d5, but I have the feeling that white is going to be knight c3.
Yeah. It's tempting though to capture the knight, take the pawn, ruin all White's pawn structure, happiness. But then it does kind of like determine the play.
Yeah, interesting. White is thinking, because bishop c6 is something to consider. D takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5.
Maybe, just wondering whether you can play knight takes pawn.
That shouldn't be possible because of knight c6.
Yeah, and then,
Or
yeah, then there's
well,
knight,
it's a
queen
pawn up.
takes queen, knight takes bishop.
Yeah, it's a pawn up in this case. Isn't something mixed up for black?
It's not a normal position,
Something-
opening position. Something they made some
is
changes,
strange.
somewhere along the lines.
Though maybe just bishop d6. I don't know how does it go in this, if you have any games on that.
No games whatsoever in this position.
So black is not castling here, actually, or what?
So no, this is the point. I just checked. So the point is after pawn takes bishop. Then after pawn takes
Now
pawn,
knight
you go
e4.
knight takes e4 now.
Yeah, takes, and then let's say rook e1, d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, black
And-
is completely
and
okay.
black
So
is
I don't
fine.
think he's going to be capturing on c6. He's going to go knight c, and he took. But maybe now he goes knight c3. Yes, that's what he go. Okay, this is very sensible. It's going to be a long game. So
But I mean, is it advantageous in the long run for Sergei Karyakin to have the bishop pair?
well, of course, in this structure, I think with the pawns on c7 and c6, the double pawn there, it is not so easy to make use of the bishop pair. But at the same time, the structure is extremely hard to crack
Okay.
from white side. h6, and let's see how fast can Tari play and well. I think we have a draw already between Nepo and Magnus. There was a repetition of moves. We go back just for a second. So after king e6, White just played king f4, rook g4, king f3, and this is the way there was the repetition. So we are heading to the next Armageddon game as well very shortly, I think. Before finishing this game, we're going to have a start of the great battle.
It's crunch time, Judith. It's the moment we've all been waiting for, when the play gets fast and furious. So returning to Ariane Tari against Sergei Karyakin, I mean, Black's position looks pretty normal to me. I don't see...
Well, it's a complicated game with many opportunities. I think the main question will be that how they are going to be playing the middle game. Now knight on g3, protecting the pawn on e4, but of course one day the idea is to reach out to f5 and possibly have some attacking options, but maybe that's only a dream to have bishop h6, because black is going to be playing bishop f8 in the next move, overprotecting, the least to say, those pawns, having attacked the e4 pawn. Black can even play g6 and bishop g7.
I was going to mention that. And it's very much a plan that I've actually seen Ariane Tari use with the black pieces. Okay, so now Ariane moves forward with his queen. So he's
Well, the
trying
good
to...
news for Ariane is that he keeps the 2 minutes extra compared to Sergei. So it is already a very good sign that he's not giving away his time advantage. And also in the game, he's just keeping the tension.
Yes, Sergei Karyakin with 4 minutes on the clock. And just a quick reminder of the time format. White started with 10 minutes, Black started with 7 minutes. The players don't get any increment until move 41, upon which they will get a very much needed 1 second increment per move. player with the black pieces gets the draw odds. So it does mean that Arian Tari, he needs to win. And Sergei now playing queen to e7, piling up the pressure on the e4 pawn. But it does directly invite the white knight to get to f5 with some time.
Well, and that's where it jumped, but queen e5, so it is very clear that Sergei is playing, provoking the young Norwegian, and he's inviting him that, okay, jump on my king, jump, there is so many opportunities there. At the same time, he thinks that I will push back your attack and keep the extra pawn or something.
And I just noticed that there is a kind of point that after bishop f4, which kind of might be a move that appeals to,
bishop queen f5.
Queen f5 is on the board, might be on the board, and then that just looks like.
Yeah, there are some situations when at first it seems very dangerous, but when you have a second glance, then it turns out not to be so dangerous. Knight d5. Well,
knight takes knight, pawn takes, and now the bishop goes.
d7.
And now this is the problem.
It is so safe for black. Maybe black is already taking the advantage because the knight has to be pushed back, and then the b2 is right there to be taken.
And just to keep you posted on the Magnus Carlsen Nepomniachtchi game, that Armageddon match will take place at 8:25 p.m. And in this game, we see Sergei Karjakin pick up material. Arian now in deep trouble. He has to use his momentum to do something, and there's just nothing on the board. I don't see it.
Well, he's trying with his knight on h5, but I have a feeling that there's not going to be. And look, the queen on c2. And took another pawn, is going to be completely safe on g6. He also wants to go queen e4 or queen f5. So actually there is not much of a chance for Ariane, unfortunately, in this game, I believe.
But we've seen people survive worse. Actually, we've seen people win worse because Ariane has to win.
Yeah, okay, he just sacrificed on h6, but this is not going to be taken, this bishop.
And
So
the
black
queen
just wants to...
Yeah, because if Sergei manages to trade off queen, that's it. It's game over.
Yeah.
And
For the moment, it's not possible, but I think the problem is that there are no resources really to attack the black king. The f8 bishop is so great defender, and also the f5 queen defends everything, all the possibility. So black after rook b8, I think his plan can be rook b4, knight g3, queen f6, or queen g6. Of course, he keeps queen on f6, so the bishop cannot be moving away because then it's exchange of queens. The queen cannot move there. So it's... I mean, there are positions where you have a bad position and still you can have all kind of tactical ideas. But the problem is in this position for Ariane that it's simply a worse position, having a pawn down.
yeah,
And an incredible safe position
Okay.
for black. Black can even
rook
play...
e1, trade of rooks has happened, and I'm just thinking black will probably play rook b4.
Rook b4 is a completely good move. There is nothing wrong with that. But queen on g6 stands also perfectly fine.
Queen
he wants to
g6.
go rook b1.
Yep, make some trades. And now Arian trying to rustle up some initiative by moving his queen to attack the pawns on the queen side. But,
Well-
it's
Queen b4.
okay. Well, the only kind of hope now for Arian is the clock. Is the clock his friend? Sergei Karjakin has 2.5 minutes. It's move 31, so a 1 second increment will be given on move 41. c4. This is bad news.
Yeah,
This
queen
is
b2.
just-
Well, queen d3 is also not bad at all.
And
Well,
what
there is
to
not
do?
much to be done here.
Knight moves to the center. Okay. c3. The pawn is just relentless, and
Well, the only way Ariane can win if there is a huge blunder is done.
but I'm trying to spot the blunder.
Yeah, yeah, the slightest opportunity, right?
Right. I don't see it.
Well, queen takes d5 would be a blunder, right?
Okay, there you go.
Which
There-
you don't expect, and you can't really count on that.
No.
Or something similar to that at this
Okay, I mean, white does control the queening square on c1, so maybe Arian's best bet is just to throw his h-pawn up the board and see how far it can go.
Yeah, but it will be also very slow, right? Because black is going to play c2, and after that simply goes queen d1. So it's very hard to imagine that he has any chance, and he's even going down behind on his clock. And
Yeah.
black's position is just so safe, even though not having the h-pawn on the king side.
Yeah. And what about knight to g5? Knight g5.
The queen on d3 defends everything, but after knight g5, queen
The queen
f5,
f5,
the usual
kill the
going
game.
back,
Yes.
defends everything, the h7, f7.
Okay.
So.
I have the idea then. I have maybe a saving. I'm being very optimistic here. I'm trying g4.
g4 and
Okay, the players have moved, so g4 hasn't been played.
no,
But instead, queen,
f4,
f4,
c2, knight g5.
knight g5, queen c.
Queen c4. Now I think bishop e7. It's time to come out from the.
Come out from
Shelter.
hiding. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, actually, this was, I think, the best what he could do with white, because at least he's moving on, and if, let's say, he would gain back the c2 pawn, then it would be something great. So he, after bishop e7, he might be planning to go g4, but then queen e5 checks. So, but he plays queen e5 immediately, queen f5 back. This I don't really understand exactly why.
I think
he
his
ran
plan is
this.
to go bishop e7.
But why not?
No, his plan was to go bishop b5.
Something went a little shaky,
Uh-huh.
but the d5 pawn is also hanging.
Exactly.
But still g4. G4, the c2 pawn is hanging.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, bishop d3. Well, he's trying to create some opportunity for himself. Very difficult, giving up the pawn on a2. Probably which will be taken, and then queen e2 or bishop f1. But the pawn push is also not bad.
Yeah.
f5, trying to get some ideas, I think, maybe with knight e6. So queen e2.
Queen e8.
Bishop c4.
Pawn is protected on f7, and
Yeah, this is the important idea for black.
not so easy to
Not
find
exactly. Not
something.
exactly.
Okay, he steps backward with the queen. So he has the plan of perhaps playing f6.
But he's going to receive d5, and after that, no. Just bishop d3 or g6.
g6?
There is nothing wrong with g6. h4, h5. Well, you have to try something, right?
Yeah. What to do?
But there is, it's gonna
No, this pawn
check
just
on
cannot be
e1,
stopped.
and he has only 20 seconds left
Okay,
as well.
but he is getting a 1 second increment. So at least there's good news there. So the queen moves to e8, but the a pawn continues
Seems
its role.
like, well, now black could go wrong with a2 with h6.
Yes, but
And now after a2, h6, a1.
well, 33 seconds for
Black plays bishop e6. Well, a2 is there. No, 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 no.
Oh, ruthless.
Yeah.
The bishop and the queen pile up on the knight on f3, and that's it for Arian Tari. There's no way to defend that knight.
Yeah, this was still fighting, but next move is queen e4, exchange of queens, and resigned.
And
Well, it was a sad story for Ariane because already very early in the game, simply things went wrong for him. So let's go back until we're waiting. Just I think in 7 minutes we're going to have the start of the Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Ian Nepomniachtchi. Magnus will be playing with the white color. He has to win for his pride, for his match, and to score the 1.5 maximum point, which we'll see how it will work out. I think he had a great chances today compared to the fact that it's a Berlin defense. And I think Ian had some difficulties there, but he came out of it without...
Somehow I feel that this is one of Magnus's best games in the tournament so far, because he was the one putting Ian Nepomniachtchi under some pressure.
Definitely.
In the other games, it's kind of almost seemed like a struggle at some points, but then he's had to rely on some resourcefulness to kind of get himself out of these tricky situations.
This was a very important game for him for several reasons to play. It was a calm game, it was a typical game that it can be between such great players that as they are. He could find something after the opening that it was unpleasant for black. He couldn't convert it and make it a bigger advantage, but it happens quite frequently in the Berlin. And he didn't want to force matters also, so at one point, just few moves before the end of the game, it is clear that he thought that he's not going to have enough resource to have a great advantage, and then he just wanted to simplify it and say, okay, this is a draw, that's it. I go for the playoff, and we'll see what will be the opening there and how they will battle it out. But now let's see until then the Rapport game against Firuza, where they are starting to go down in time. It's only move 30, and Rapport has 25 minutes for the whole game, and from move 41, he's going to receive 10 seconds. And Ali Reza has only 16 minutes left. And what has happened since then, after knight d2, white after played your move bishop a6, rook b8, and he went rook 1 to c2.
Which we kind of rejected because of...
Well, we thought, I think it just moves back to rook or something. Black played rook b6, captured, and moved back with forward with the bishop. Rook a7, bishop c6. And in this position, knight b1 was the only saving move in this position, and he wants to go to c3. So after bishop d5, knight c3, white couldn't take on c3 and capture a pawn because it was be a pin after rook c7. So white played bishop b3, and right now black is thinking how to continue the game, because right now, if rook c7, I think king f1, because immediate a3 would not work. For example, because knight e2, possibly, maybe not, because white can go king f1. So after a3, probably black can go maybe rook a7, and after bishop c3, black can go rook a3. So this would be a problem for white. So a3 would be too early, I guess, and white should go king f1, having the plan to go a3, for example.
Yeah. And I really like this position for white, so I was just going to say I think black should start taking some really active, aggressive measures. So, I mean, like for instance, e5.
Yes, e5, of course, is a strong move. This is why I would even consider to play f4 in order to stop this e5 kind of move and open up the way for my king. Still, I'm threatening with a3. But, for example, e6 is a possibility, because after a3, black can go already rook a8, and after takes, black can go rook a3, and after e6, I don't have this trick of tactics of bishop f7 anymore.
Yeah. And so black even has the option to delay pushing e5, because I thought the time was now. He had to do it.
You wanted to go here e5, you mean?
Yes.
But we have rook c7
Okay, rook c7 on the board. Okay, and we're expecting moves like maybe f4, maybe bring the king to f1. White is trying to consolidate his position. And just to remind everyone that we do have an Armageddon match between Magnus Carlsen and Ian Nepomniachtchi at 8:25. So that's starting in 3 minutes. And of course, we will be here following all the action. Yeah.
Yeah, so we still have a little time to check on this game. So after rook c7, I was also wondering that, for example, a move like a4 can be done, because it's not possible to take en passant. But I think it would be not a big deal, because then black would go knight e2, capture, and go back to c3. So white, I think, definitely has to go. Actually, f4 is not a move, really, in this position, because black can play knight e2 anyway,
yeah,
and simplify the position. So it seems like king
f1. King f1 makes sense.
No, f4 was made.
f4 was made.
But can black go knight e2? But actually, after knight e2, you know what? Rook takes e2, rook c1, king f2, rook a1,
rook
and
c2.
white would go rook c2, and this would give a very difficult situation for black, because white can go rook c4 attacking the b4, he can go rook c6 attacking the b6, not to talk about the possible problems on the 7th rank, and the pawns on d4 and f4, they just stand incredibly powerful.
I was going to say, they are real wedge against the dark square bishop. Okay.
But we have e6 on the board, so he's prepared against a3, which we were talking about. But what about a3, rook a7, bishop b2 move? Just realize that this might be an interesting move. Can black get in real trouble here? But maybe after a3, black has in mind to play bishop f8. This is the difference.
Okay, and the players, they are warming up nicely at the board. They are getting their blitz fingers ready for that fast and furious action. And just a reminder of the time control, Magnus Carlsen will have 10 minutes on the clock. Ian Nepomniachtchi will have 7 minutes on the clock. There will not be increment until move 41, and then the players will receive a 1 second increment. And Nepomniachtchi has draw odds, which means if the game ends in a draw, it will be Nepomniachtchi who walks away with 1.5 points, and Magnus will be the loser with just 1 point. So the starting gun.
G4 was played by G4
was played. Okay.
But let's see the
they are
action.
off Judit, and we see
knight f3.
Knight f3.
Change of openings.
Why not? And now G3. I'm expecting D5 on the board.
Reiti.
Yes, bishop G2.
G6. Castle, bishop g7. It's clear that I think Magnus wants to have a long game and play it out and try to take advantage of the fact that he's extra 3 minutes on the clock, so to give as many difficulties for Ian Nepomniachtchi. And we shouldn't forget that actually I think it will be a match, the World Championship match in November, which it's not only that Nepo is a great player and it has a very challenging style for Magnus, but also he's an exceptional good rapid and blitz player. And this makes a huge difference compared to the previous challengers, because with Karyakin, I think it was pretty clear for Magnus that he's going to be the favorite in a rapid and shortening time control.
And the players are marking out their territory. They are now pawns on d4 and c4, so a5. This is a very common response. And now probably expecting moves like knight d2.
Yeah. But of course, sometimes you also have to think. After all, if you have extra 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Knight fd2 is also.
Yeah. Why not? Or knight c3 is another move.
Yeah,
knight fd2, e3. These are all possibilities that have been played before.
Yeah, but here the main idea, I think, for Magnus to choose a move where he believes that he can hold the tension, keep the tension, try to complicate matters as much as possible and simply to play long.
Yep.
Knight c3 on the board.
Okay.
So far, the players are playing pretty fast, more or less 1 minute each, which they spend, which favors white.
It does favor white. So I'm expecting black to trade off the knights. It seems to me quite
well,
logical.
it's option to exchange and then play bishop e4 to have the knight pinned, because black would be happy if he can exchange the white square bishop. This is why bishop h3 might be a possible move and continuation in order to try to move knight d2 without exchanging the white square bishop.
And Magnus pushing forward, and I'm just looking at the most popular move, and that's to play rook fc1.
This is what's on the board.
On the board, and the whole point is that once black develops the knight to d7, then there will
Bishop
be a
F1?
trade. No, there will be a trade of pawns first. Okay, so
AB,
CCDs.
AB.
Yep.
So now a line is given away by black. Queen b6 attacking the b3 pawn right now. So queen b2, what I'm expecting. Or maybe, I don't think he wants to go knight d2. I have doubts about it.
No, because that's a trade.
Yeah, that,
And the
that
position
would be
becomes
not-
more simple. And
Yeah.
of course, bearing
After
in mind.
that, black would be captured, knight d7, simply develop the position. So after queen b6, white should be solving his questions. Maybe rook a3, that's an optional move.
Yeah, rook a3 is nice.
Yeah, rook a3 is possible. Though still white needs time to be able to move away with his knight on f3.
Other moves could potentially be move the queen away.
Well, queen d1 is possible, but on e2 it stands very well, so you don't really want to move away, I think, with the queen. And after queen, also knight a6 is possible to reach out to b4 possibly. And,
Okay, well, we have b4.
I like b4.
So b4 with a
I mean,
possible.
you have to
is-
take space.
Yeah, but
And
now I'm
also-
expecting pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, because white wants to go c5
that's
and
a
later
serious
on
threat.
b5
Yeah.
to get the space advantage. So probably d takes c4, but it's
No,
not.
he doesn't
Knight
play
d7.
at 97. Oh, well, I would be playing c5 in a heartbeat.
Bishop f1, for example, I would consider. Bishop f1 or also bishop h3 attacking the d7 knight and freeing up my knight from f3 going to d2.
Bishop h3 is nice. I like it. But I must admit, my instinct to push forward with the pawns is too strong.
c5,
c5.
c5, queen c7,
So
rook a7.
Rook a7,
So
okay.
it seems like Magnus is really in the mood that, okay, he wants to just push his pawns later and gain space advantage. Black goes back, queen b8
Queen
already.
a2.
So c5, queen b8. So let's see if he's going to go queen a2 or he just comes back with his rook to a3, let's say. Queen a2 on the board.
And now bishop takes knight, followed by bishop.
And very energetic, typical Nepo, I think. He doesn't want to stay passive. He wants action. He wants to react immediately.
But I tell you one thing that I know about these type of positions is that this kind of strike is only dangerous in a middle game. And it's only dangerous if you have some weaknesses around your king. And otherwise, you just ignore it. But there is a threat, right? There's knight, pawn takes pawn, followed by...
But I want to take the bishop.
Ah, okay,
I
okay.
don't want to fall into the trick what you
You
wanted
have
to
to show.
play against me, knight c5, right?
Yes.
So-
You read me like a book.
But then, of course, black can go knight e5, bishop would go to e2. It's not so obvious that black will have enough play, because this rook on a7, it gives pressure over black, and one day when white is able to play b5 and break through, or just push his pawn all the way to
Yeah.
b6, it can give great challenge for black and difficulties.
This is really strategically almost lost, actually. So black
After pawn on b6.
After pawn comes to b5 and b6, you know, it's really terrible kind of position. And I feel that with white's pawn
And
structure.
B5,
And
you see?
D5.
B5.
Wow, you called it. So now we're going to expect after pawn takes pawn.
Well, but there's
bishop
an
takes.
option to play C4, B4 and knight C5. But then let's say bishop goes here, and after knight C5, bishop B4 would be the move.
Yeah.
Pins the rook, and black can be in trouble just in a second. So B5, there is a lot of pressure put on Nepomniachtchi by Magnus. And he has 5 minutes and 24 seconds, while Nepo has only 4 minutes and 7 seconds. What did he play? He pushed E4. So let's see if Magnus will push bishop G4 first and trying to provoke the knight going away.
Bishop E2.
But we were just looking, and what a huge advantage for white, I believe, because there's not much of a counter chance. And look, just within a second, when he got the chance to play C5, B4, B5,
Yeah.
and puts pressure.
Yeah, sorry, I was really excited there because, I mean, this is just, I mean, it's in the books that you don't close up the position like this, and it's also E5 is not enough unless you have something tangible against the king.
Very difficult situation for
now
black.
it's lost.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance that it's objectively lost because B takes C6 already is threat. So he has nothing better. It seems like he has to give up an exchange, which is not funny at all.
Yep. Maybe he missed this.
I think he just strategically missed this option that B4, B5. Sometimes there's simply positional blunders where you're not in time with your counter chances, and this is what happens here, I think, with black. Yeah, knight A6 was an opportunity. Takes, and let's see if B6 is the move, I think. Though rook B7 is also a very interesting try and play. Queen A6, maybe this is the simplest, by the way.
Yeah.
Because black goes away and then maybe B6.
Or pawn.
Well, it's not clear, of course, whether he should be playing rook B7 or just playing B6.
So with B6, you can just simply go bishop takes knight afterwards, and there's no...
Actually, Magnus plays very well today.
But I really feel that Nepomniachtchi was a bit careless at moments. He allowed C5. He didn't need to do that. And then he closed down the center for...
Yes, but I think in that point you can see also in Nepo's face that he's very unhappy with himself, with his decisions, what he did just in the last few moves. And you can see how focused and concentrated Magnus is, and he knows that here is his chance, and he knows that he has to win this game, but still knows that he can spend a little time and make the decision. This is also a very crucial moment in this game.
Yeah.
Should I go simplifying with rook b7, queen a6? Is that the winning end game, or will b6 be the move and that's the better? I think b6.
He's going to go b6.
I don't know if he's taking it.
He's taking it.
Yeah, he's taking it, probably because this way there is any tricks what black can do. And after taking the c6, even if he's not going to be queening so fast, if he takes the c6, his bishop is going to be playing bishop d1, bishop b3, and he's going to capture some more pawns. But let's see where Nepo is going to take his queen, whether c7 or b8.
I think queen c7.
Because actually after queen c7...
but you allow b6, but...
b6 you can go queen
b8
and then bishop d6,
bishop
and
d6.
trying to save yourself.
We're
right?
on the verge of a move. Queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn, and the problem is the d5 pawn is going to be falling off. This is the main problem. So now the question is he going to be exchanging the queens and just grab the pawn with bishop d1? Is it going to be a win for white? I mean, there is a good chance that it is winning, but of course, and this is what we are heading to, and he's just going for the safe thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to give any chance, not even the slightest idea that he can be tricked or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And this game should be, this endgame should be a win for white.
And g5. Okay.
g4.
g4, sorry.
King f6, h4. Very straightforward, very secure hand, as we say in Hungarian. I don't know if you say it English, but
Stable, I think.
Stable, yeah.
hand. And maybe not. Maybe that's not the right.
bishop d8. So now the question is whether is going to be for white the best move to play h5, for example, and then after takes, take on f5, takes, and even f3. This is possible. I think it should be winning. But of course, when we talk, and he went h5, yes.
And now, I mean,
actually, it's not even that. After takes, 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 I think white will just go bishop g8, trying to go bishop h7. Once black goes back,
the players have
yeah, this is
making a lot of moves.
Yeah, bishop e4. So now white has 3 passed pawns, and now the question is whether black is going to be capturing the f pawn and trying to save himself, which I don't think there is too much practical chance for black either way.
But maybe kind of keep those 2 passed pawns on the board. To step back with the king.
It means that black has to be moving back, then king g3, and immediately white is capturing already one of the pawns.
Okay, we have it on the board.
Yeah, this is on the board. Bishop a5. Actually, it was a very good try by Magnus.
Because
but
now you
the
can
problem is that even this position, with if the d4 pawn would not exist, it's also winning, because there is 3 empty files between the 2 pawns, and that's a win.
Okay.
But let's see how he did. He went b6, which I don't understand at all.
So his idea is just to round up all the pawns.
Yeah, he just wants to keep 3 pawns.
And that's it.
Wow.
Causes a resignation from Nepomniachtchi, and Magnus once again is triumphant in the Armageddon. And what a great positional, strategical game from Magnus Carlsen. You know, he played that one perfectly. And
yeah, today we can say that Magnus was in shape. And this is what is incredible in Magnus, that sometimes he starts badly a tournament. This was not the only first tournament where he was out of shape, even though he scored in the Armageddon. But it happens again and again that sometimes he's not as he wants to be in the first few rounds, and then suddenly he just pulls himself together and he knows that, okay, this is important.
Yeah.
And then he goes there, and as nothing happened, he's making it. And actually he did why he came here today, right? He made a very stable play in the classical game. He squeezed a little bit, Nepomniachtchi. Then he went for a draw. He knew what he's doing. He kept everything under control. And then when he came to the board for this game, he knew he has to win the game. He does everything possible. And okay, the opening was not very good for Nepomniachtchi, but somehow he just turned everything with the pawns, and immediately smelled where the opportunity is.
But can I just show the critical moment? Because this is the moment where I kind of lost my cool and I became very excited here.
Which point? B4?
At this point, when he went knight d7, so b4.
B4 already very important.
And I think it's incredibly important that black should take some time out. Instead of going knight d7, for going pawn takes pawn, because I feel that this is a strategical threat that needs to be addressed. Because when he played knight to d7, I just wanted to highlight this point, then c5, immediately Magnus sniffed blood because the queen came back to c7 and he mobilized his pieces, rook a7. And queen b8, I think queen a2. And then this idea of playing bishop takes, I think it's not quite correct.
Maybe he should have played e5 immediately without capturing it.
Yeah, potentially, but I feel that this e5 idea, I mean, my explanation of that idea, the thing that I was taught in 2007 when I was working with my first Serbian teacher, is he said to me, actually, this isn't that dangerous unless there's an attack to follow through. And there's no weaknesses in white's camp. The king is perfectly safe. And the problem is that b5 followed by an opening, or maybe even b6, is just going to be so strong. And you can just see black isn't ready for it. And
but
with this
I think e5 might be an option.
Potentially. Potentially, but still you can just sit there
Yeah.
and you can build, because black's attack is what's
Well,
black
black
attacking
has no
with?
attack,
Nothing.
really. It has some counterplay
Yeah.
in the center, possibly.
Yeah. So
But maybe he thought that after bishop f3, simply after e5, b5 is not possible.
I think this is
because
exactly
of
what
e4 and
happened,
knight
because
c5.
of e4.
But it was just material loss.
exactly, and after this, it's game over.
Yeah, and it was a very nice simplification. I mean, these things are also extremely important. How do you win a winning position,
Yes.
right? So here he spent the time, I don't know, I think minute or two, and he said, okay, should I go rook b7, having a queen endgame with an extra pawn, and it should be a win, or should I keep the material by playing b6 and after knight b4, queen goes somewhere, and obviously both are winning, but I find this very professional, that he simply goes for the simplification, that he does not give any hope for black. And I think this is very essential. How do you convert your winning positions? Let's go back to Rapport Firuza. What do you think? That's the only
because
game.
we left that one a while ago.
That's the only game
that's
which is still running.
And are we going to see 3 drawn games in a row?
Well, it's a big fight, and I think white is having a great position and huge advantage. After g4, black played bishop f6, g5, so he wanted to gain some space. King g2. So now it seems like black is stabilized and defending with the knight on f3, but white decided just to improve his position by bringing his king, stabilizing after h6, h4, and now he was maneuvering and then eventually playing a3. So breaking up and creating for himself an a file for the rook. But for the moment it's pin, right? So there is a pin, so there is no need to move away. That's why white played e4. I think white's plan is very clear that he wants to go king e3, king d3. That's why black played bishop a5, so he can stabilize his knight on c3 if necessary. White played d5, takes, e takes d5. A new pass pawn was created by white, which can be very powerful. And now it's black to move. So this is the position. Black has only 5 minutes and 45 seconds, while white has more than double of that, 12 minutes to play the game. So what kind of ideas it can be for white? Obviously, white would be extremely happy to bring his bishop to d4, right? So after d5, it might be sometimes he keeps it in mind to play rook a1, attack the bishop. So there is going to be some tactics easily. So I think there is a huge advantage for white. And Rapport should be able to win, and that would be a crucial victory if he would be able to convert it.
Yeah, if he manages, then he will shoot up in the standing. Well, he's already on the top of the standings, but he will have
But he would
8
collect
points.
three points today, and he had, well, now Magnus caught up, right? Because I think they both have 5.5.
Yeah. But yeah, and
But-
it's a nice start to the free day, because tomorrow
Absolutely.
4 of the players will be having a nice rest day after all that.
8 of the players. 4, sorry.
My math is really bad.
No, sorry, I thought the
I
rounds
suddenly
are
panicked a
10,
little bit,
10
yeah.
rounds, double round robin.
Yeah. I panicked suddenly. I thought, oh dear. But yeah, and there will be, of course, the postponed game 1 tomorrow between Sergei Karakin and Ian Nepomniachtchi.
So after e takes d5, black has to decide when he's going to be playing b4, I think. It's not that if he's going to play it, I think he will be forced to be playing b4, which after I would guess white would already go away with his rook either here or to e1. Black goes back bishop b6, let's say. White goes rook a6, bishop goes d4 and d6. Of course, it's not easy at all to win this game, so don't misunderstand me. It's not going to be an easy story for white, and I'm not even sure it's going to be winning, because now black can try to go rook e8 and look for some chances, counter chances on the e file. But for now, black took h takes g5, which after maybe if h takes g5, he wants to go rook h8 and look for some counter chances over h3.
Yeah, but that move actually had some consequences, and that now the white king can hide itself quite comfortably on the g4 square.
Yeah, the question is how white can improve his position after eventually really black is going to be stabilizing his knight and block the bishop on b2.
So we have a move, pawn takes pawn, and so obviously black can't play rook. Well, he can actually.
Well, he can play rook h8, but the question is whether does it make any help for black. Rook h8, king g4,
king
let's
g4.
say, or king g3, and then black goes b4. He has some counter chances by playing rook h2 later. So white also has to be careful to keep everything under control.
But yeah.
So let's see if b4 or rook h8 is the next move.
We should point out why rook h8 is, because people might be asking, hey, why does rook h8 work?
Yeah, simply the problem is for white that after rook h3, black can capture back the piece. b4.
b4 on the board.
b4.
Okay, so I'm expecting
d6.
d6.
So after d6, what happens if rook d8? White will be going...
Rook
d1 is also possible. And trying to push d7. Maybe this is the move what he really wants to have, to reach with his pawn to d7 and then protect it with the rook from d1.
Okay, so so let's run through that one. Rook d8,
rook d8,
d1.
rook d1,
and the bishop. Say the bishop moves to.
Well, yeah, I don't know if rook d7, but after rook d7, white goes bishop a4, and this is what we're having. Rook d8 is the position, so rook d1, and now actually there is a very serious threat, and I think it can work. If rook d7, white is actually winning after rook d5 and rook b5, look at that, and white is grabbing the pawn, and black is possibly losing, but yeah, black is losing because black gains back the bishop, but the bishop on b6 is going to be under attack. So black has to be extremely careful right now what he's going to be playing.
I was thinking king to g8.
King g8 is possible, very well. And then rook d3, I think. And of course, rook d7, is a possibility. f5 is an option, for example, to play. But also a question is what happens if white is just going bishop a4, though in this case black I think goes here and he can go bishop b4, gaining back the pawn on d6. He did not go, he went bishop b6, which after I have a strong feeling that rook d5 can be strong, probably d7 should be the move in this case. There is also another interesting idea maybe to go rook e1 actually, and he could do this earlier, a move earlier, because after rook d6, rook e7, and the f7 pawn is simply unprotectable. So black can go probably rook d2, rook f7, black goes out to h8, and probably black saves the game. So let's see what other option there is. What about rook d5 now? Then already black goes out to g8, I think. So after rook b5 is not possible because the king went out from the possible problems.
The pin.
Yeah. But for example, what about d7? Because rook d6 might be a very powerful threat. So now, for example, after king g8, rook d6 and the g6 pawn is a double attack.
Yes, so in that case you'd have to step to the f8 square.
Well, actually, even here, black will going to be fighting as always. That after check, king can go f8, and after the next move, rook d7 is going to be taken. So it's still not easy for white. Of course, rook f6, rook d7, g6, but I think it's not going to be enough simply for white because black goes bishop f8, forcing white to take. I don't know if it's going to be anything winning for white, but of course black is going down in time also, while white still has nearly 10 minutes left.
Yeah, but they are on move 46, and that does mean that the 10-second increment will have kicked in because it kicks in on move 41. And we are going to take a very short break as we get ready to have an interview with Magnus Carlsen. Hello and welcome back, and as I mentioned, it is a great pleasure to have here in the studio Magnus Carlsen, who just defeated Ian Nepomniachtchi in a very convincing display in the Armageddon game. So Magnus, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good, obviously. I mean, I'm not too thrilled about the classical game, as I felt that at some point I felt that I was putting some pressure, but still, most of the days it's been a disappointing game, and then I've won Armageddon by some luck. But at least I played a decent Armageddon game today, and everything that I can gain before the World Championship is, of course, nice.
Yeah. Of course, this today's game had a lot of tension. Everybody was even making more tension out of it. Can you tell a little bit, going through on your first game, in the classical game, that I had the feeling that somewhere here you played in this position. We heard that you went to the confessional booth, and you claimed that c5 maybe was a mistake?
Yeah, I just thought that bishop c2 was simpler, and I don't know where to. I mean, rook e1 looks wrong, and if I go bishop d2, sorry, rook d2, and the bishop moves away, I don't know, it also doesn't look convincing at all. Yeah, maybe back to f5 simply.
And after c5, you started to go bishop e3, we had g5. What do you think about g5? Was it the correct move?
I think it was actually almost necessary. Because the thing is, if I get f3, g4, it's...
I had a question to prepare for you. I wanted to play f takes g4 and h4. Why did you not like it?
I mean, bishop e4...
Well, later on you played h4 when the pawn was on h5.
That is true, but the bishop comes to e4 and...
Yeah, king f2?
Or maybe bishop e4 is not necessary. Maybe rook h5 first. And I guess king f2. Or,
yeah, king
but
f2.
Anyway, let's get this position like bishop e4 and bishop f4 and
with the knight e4. You have difficulties.
Yeah, I thought the knight was just too bad, and I didn't.
Unless you have time to play c4, knight c3.
Yeah, so I thought maybe b5 immediately here. I thought he just had a
pretty good position,
yeah, very
right?
good position.
Okay,
I don't see where to put my pieces.
So you went knight f4, takes.
Yeah, takes.
In this position, I had the feeling that you start to make him sweat.
Yeah, but
Did
the thing is, maybe maybe I need to play g4 immediately because I
This
felt
is what we planned.
I felt that this was not a concrete position. I thought that I
Yeah.
can just build up, but it turns out this he has some ideas there that are very hard to meet. So
Yeah, this is
maybe
what we
I
thought,
needed this one.
g4, and then the bishop somehow
Yeah, bishop
gets...
d7.
And knight h5, I think.
But
right?
also knight d5 is interesting.
And bishop c6, c4?
Bishop
or
c6,
just
c4,
king?
yeah.
Yes.
Also rook h3, king f4. Like he's very close to being in big trouble here.
Right? This
Yeah.
is what I felt also, that somehow here you made magic, and I felt that this was a dream for me when I was playing against
Yeah.
Berlin. I would
Yeah,
be very satisfied.
This was a bit disappointing that I could not sense that this was a critical moment. Because, yeah, again, I just played the normal moves, but then I guess there was nothing. So maybe their g4 was, I mean, computer, I checked briefly, like computer says it's
g4?
g4, but it's still a draw. But he has to play very precisely.
Yeah.
Um,
What about this bishop d8? Because I thought that he's not sure of himself, that to
Yeah.
play c6, or can he go here?
I wasn't so sure.
Because if you play c6 in principle, then you might as well play c6 immediately, right?
I guess so, but I don't think he wanted to commit to c6
Yet.
before I'd played h4. Let's say c6 now, maybe I go g4, and it's a little bit harder for him to. I mean, okay, still bishop c8. At least he doesn't threaten the check, but
Well, yeah, knight
yeah,
h5.
it's knight h5. I mean, rook g8.
I think, yeah, this is what we were looking
Oh,
with
yeah, this is the
Botkin.
thing. Rook g8, I can go g5.
Yeah, he comes back.
And then if there was no pawn on c6, he could take on g5 because there was bishop e7.
Yes.
But yeah, I guess even here he's completely fine.
Okay, so he went bishop d8,
Yeah,
h4 was...
h4. Yeah, the thing is, I'm kind of close here. So if let's say I had time,
I like knight g2 very much.
let's say I had time to go a3 first.
Instead of knight g2?
Yeah, let's say, and you just do pass.
Bishop c7?
No, yeah. So I don't have time. But if I had time,
Ah, okay.
so let's say
Okay.
just some
Okay,
nothing
let's
move like
say
bishop
a5?
e7. Yeah, or
Okay.
a5 is kind of weakening, but never mind. Knight g2,
Yeah.
knight g2, and then yeah, bishop e7, bishop g5.
Now bishop g5 already.
Yeah,
Yes.
and also if rook g8, I have bishop
Also
g5.
bishop g5, yes.
Yeah, and bishop g4 as in the game. Maybe I can go to e4 with the king.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that you might be more active.
Yeah, but I thought concretely when the pawn is hanging on a2, there was nothing. Like I was actually
Yeah, here king e4,
king e4,
bishop e6, I guess.
or I think rook g8 actually.
Yeah.
Rook g8, and if bishop f4, I'm already losing a pawn to bishop e5. Sorry, bishop e6, and then.
And you didn't want to give up
No, I
this,
didn't
yeah?
want to give up this pawn.
Yeah, it's better not to bishop e6 goes
Because
back.
the bishop is coming back to b1.
So
also,
wherever
so-
you think that you could still squeeze him more?
No, but now I'd given up.
You give
Nah,
up.
yeah, now I'd given up. I thought there was nothing anyway. So I mean, it was earlier. Like I thought my position was nice, but maybe.
And what about knight e3 here?
Yeah, and bishop e6.
King f3?
King f3, f6. I
Or-
thought
Ah, yeah, f6 you didn't like. Yeah.
f6, ef, bishop f6. Because rook f6, maybe I can go g4. Takes king g3. Yeah, bishop e7.
Yeah, okay, well,
Yeah, and let me just show
Uh-huh.
another line. Oh yeah, let me just show quickly, like
where?
if he had not played bishop g4, because these lines were, I mean, they were nonsensical kind of, but still very interesting. If he goes bishop e6 here,
Okay.
and I was intending to play bishop g5,
Mm-hmm.
and takes, takes. No, I thought king
Rook
f4
d6,
maybe.
King f4?
Let's say, for instance, bishop e6, knight h4, king e7, rook d6. Thought this could be a bit dangerous for him.
And after rook g8? You just take it?
No, I play knight f5, I think. Also,
Yeah.
after rook d8, I play knight f5, which was kind of my point. And I don't know, but okay, he never lost.
Yeah.
this, of course.
Okay, and just a few sentences about the playoff.
Yeah.
In what mindset could you start the game? Do you think actually it favors white or black, this Armageddon system?
I think it's fairly equal, maybe slightly favorable for black. I feel like it's psychologically a little bit easier to play black, at least that's what I feel.
It didn't seem like today.
No, but
In principle, right?
in principle, yeah. Like, I mean, today I didn't have much of a time advantage, but the position
Yeah.
was so good.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It's interesting. I had this in the Champions Chess Tour event against Duda recently, and Queen E2. I went for the same thing, and he went for knight D7, which is a little bit inaccurate because I can take on D5. But yeah, A4. A4 is interesting, but still, if he doesn't achieve anything, he's just helping me to push everything.
I thought already you're going to be playing immediately bishop h3 and knight d2.
Yeah, I didn't think about bishop h3. If I thought about it, I might have done it.
Okay, so rook c1. And what is the turning point for here for white? You just started to play so powerfully b4, c5.
Yeah, queen b6 was strange.
That was a strange
I
move,
thought
right?
he would play c5. So I feel like I've been tricked this exact way before. And then, yeah, just everything kind of...
Yeah, because actually with rook fc1 you wasted one
Yeah,
tempo,
it wasted
right?
one tempo. So I think I've been tricked like this before in some game, and then...
Some training blitz game, right?
Yeah, or something. And then just everything disappears.
And do you think after queen b6, b4, there is already a clear advantage for white?
I think at least a small but clear advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, because after that...
Yeah, now he's in... I mean, unless he can solve his...
Yeah,
problems in
here
a
whether
quick way.
e5 is possible, I
Yeah,
don't know.
but I take it
With what?
a
Pawn?
knight.
Knight?
I think with the knight. Yeah, knight e5,
And after this bishop e4?
bishop e4, d4, d5, rook d8, b5, maybe?
You don't care, yeah? It does not look good for black.
Yeah,
Okay.
looks very bad.
Yeah, but after this it was also kind of hopeless, right?
Yeah, I mean, the question was whether he could take on d4.
Take on d4, bishop d4.
Yeah.
Knight
These
e5?
lines are... Yeah, but knight e5... Oh, knight e5, maybe. Oh, maybe this is the way. And if I move the bishop, then he can take and play knight c6.
Well, he might
maybe?
take a knight c6. I don't know if it works. Probably take with the queen. I know, with the bishop. Or bishop e5 you go.
Oh, yeah, now bishop e5 and then bishop
And
d5.
bishop d5,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
very strong.
Yeah.
So he cannot take on... But if he cannot take on b5, then he has to allow... Knight c4 there, maybe he has some chances to hold.
Or bishop e2 instead
But
of
bishop
bishop
e2,
g2.
then I thought cb5.
And knight c6.
Yeah. But it goes to show he has to play very, very
Yeah.
concretely. And okay, I mean, e4, I mean, if he doesn't take on c5, it's just complete
Squeezing.
collapse. Yeah. But here, yeah, this doesn't work.
What
at
did
all.
you have in your head?
I
Whether-
had a couple of thoughts.
Yeah.
First of all, I wanted to win 100% sure.
Yeah,
Not-
I told you this, you see? I said you don't want to give even a 1%
Yeah.
chance that he can
Yes.
kick back.
And also I thought it would be nice to torture him.
What a cruel guy.
I wasn't expecting that answer.
This I didn't say. This I
Yeah.
didn't know.
No, I mean, anything you can gain before the match. So. I was I saw already that I had this idea with G4, H4 to break his structure up,
Yeah.
so I was not worried at all that there would be a draw in this
Yeah.
MX.
Well, it was a great victory, and it was nice to see that in the previous round you had some shaky earthquake things going on around your games, right? I mean, you were kind of having difficulties against
Yeah.
Tari and...
Yeah, I mean, against Ariane, of course, I was very much lost there, so I'm hoping I can turn it around. Obviously, I've drawn too many games already, but I can still come back, and at least with these Armageddon wins, I'm sort of keeping my hopes in the tournament alive.
And are you planning to play other tournaments before the match?
Yeah, I'm playing European Club Cup, but frankly, that's more like a social tournament for me, because it's Dorfspiel, my club, and we are not like particularly trying to win or anything. It's just a nice trip.
I just want to ask one more question, because I remember last year when you were playing in Stavanger over the board and you were just so happy. Are you happy now to play over the board, starting to see the chessboard? Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus.
And good luck for the.
Yeah.
And have a nice rest day.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And we will be taking a very short break as we set up an interview with... Okay.
Things are happening here.
Things are happening. But anyway, I should announce anyhow, we do actually have a result in the game between Richard Rapport and Ali Reza Firouzja, because, as you can see, Richard Rapport beat Ali Reza Firouzja in their classical encounter, and this means that Richard takes home 3 points for the victory. And we're going to take a very short break as we get ready for Richard Rapport here in the studio.
Jöhetsz, gyere. Gratulálok.
Hello and welcome back, and it is a great pleasure to have here in the studio with us Richard Rapport, who has just defeated Ali Reza Firouzja in a game, in a classical game. You know, you're the only person in the tournament actually to have managed it twice.
Yeah, you know, I guess it's pure luck, but yeah, but I mean the other players are playing also like very interesting games, at least I think so. So you know, like this is sadly not this classical chess when you know lots of really strong players play each other. That it's just really hard to and you need to take advantage, and you need a certain amount of luck. And it seems like I'm the only one who's had it.
Right. And when you came in, you kind of said that you needed some time to kind of calm down because your hands were shaking. I mean, is it this intense time format?
Yeah, they're always shaking. I don't know, it might be the time format. Although at the end I had 7 minutes, so it's not so. It might just be that I haven't eaten enough today. So maybe it's a mixture.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
So you had an interesting opening. It was a Grunfeld. And after b4, do you think you already have an advantage?
Yeah, I mean, I think he should have gone for a5.
Instead of knight f6,
no,
right?
No, I mean, whenever he could have. Actually, yeah, I mean, not to allow b4. So I think instead bishop b7. Actually, I felt like instead of bishop b2, maybe b4 is more precise, but I was lazy to calculate this c5 stuff. And it was a bit of a, gamble. Like after bishop b2, he could have played a5. It was just, I felt like, it's very natural that he is going to play bishop b7 because he played just b6, right? But it was, of course, because I am very lazy, so I shouldn't, I should have been punished here, I think, for this.
So you do believe then that after b4, white is taking over?
I mean, we're talking about this modern chess. I think it's already an achievement once you play someone who plays the Grunfeld that you didn't force a draw after 20 moves, so, Yeah,
but it's only move 11. So
yeah, so it still was time to make a draw. No, I mean, of course, I think, White should be a bit better because the structure is unpleasant for him. But I guess if he would put two engines and play the position, it would be draw, I don't know, 100 out of 100 times. So
just here, I had the feeling
this
that
was a very strange move. This
rook f8, right?
Yeah,
weakening the f7.
Expecting rook fd8, although also queen d6 was strange for me. I mean,
so what were you counting on?
I was expecting that he should, try to do something quickly, whether it's c5, whether it's bishop d5, c6, maybe to try to, bishop d5 and then c5 maybe, but somehow to do something quickly. And okay, I thought, it's a game, right? Not an analysis. So I was like, he will figure out the task and then I will react. And he went queen d6, and I felt like queen d6 wasn't, doing something quickly, right? Because queen takes b4 is rook c7, and I'm just much better. And yeah, rook c7 and it's bishop d5. I don't know, but I can even play knight c6, just get the bishop, and okay, it's extremely nice position.
Yeah, it seems like after rook fc8, you went queen a4.
Yeah,
it was a powerful move.
I was calculating a lot here, actually.
Though I also was asking myself, what about f3 and then playing b5?
Yeah, f3, I didn't want it to,
weaken
the structure, yeah. But f3 is definitely an option. Yeah, actually, after f3, okay, it doesn't work, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. I was thinking that he has some ideas like knight d2, but it's complete nonsense because of knight f7. So
okay.
that is not here.
So
I am. Yeah,
tactics all the time.
Yeah,
and then you played queen a4, which looked actually pretty convincing.
Yeah, after queen a4, I think a6 was kind of a confession from him. I mean, c5 was, like the kind of do or die move, yeah. And then I would take, I think, dc.
dc.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I was thinking to take dc, rook fd1. And I was calculating some tactics here. Like if queen e6, I was...
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4 is queen f5, it's not so clear.
So counter chances.
With playing Alireza, I had to be alert with this kind of ideas. So I was expecting to play bishop g4 actually. And f5 and bishop e2 back. I was pretty proud of this.
Yeah, it's a very nice way because bishop
and then,
c4.
Yeah, it's not like over here. I mean, c takes b4 is still a move. And I couldn't see the mate, like rook c8 I think doesn't work. Rook c8, rook c, bishop c4. Rook c4, queen e8, bishop f8, and I didn't see the mate, but wait a second. No, I thought, yeah. So queen e8, yeah, but instead of queen e8, maybe another rook e8 also. So I felt like something must be winning here, but I couldn't, see it exactly what it is.
Figure it out, exactly.
But wouldn't be too surprised if, this was completely...
And after a6, you went knight c6, b5.
Yeah, this was actually very forcing what I was expecting him also to play maybe something fun, like knight d2, instead of this, whole b5 business.
Okay, still here.
Yeah, that was actually pretty fun, like knight d2, and if I go rook fd1, I was thinking maybe to go to e1, I don't know. Then he goes like b5 or knight c4. Okay, b5 first, for instance, queen c2 and knight c4. And bishop takes c4, okay, pawn takes c4. He cannot take on c6 because bishop pawn takes c4 and queen c4, and then he takes, and he takes on b4, and I thought maybe this is more defendable for him.
But this is a huge advantage.
No, of course, I mean, I think already I'm having a huge advantage, yeah, so.
Yeah. Okay, so it's very difficult for him to play, but after b5 you think
Yeah, I think I must have misplayed it here. I mean, because okay, it looks so nice with the bishops and I can...
Were you considering in this position
a4? Yeah, of course, yeah. But I felt like it's too risky. I mean, after 8xb, but also no, it was here 8xb. Yeah. With knight on f6, it was ba, but here
Yeah.
8xb. Yeah. And,
Yeah, knight d6.
yeah, I mean, also like practically, you know, like all the time he can liquidate for these opposite colors. Yeah. So it's always like very close to winning for me, but I mean, it could just be a draw, and I wasn't sure what is the best practical chance to.
So you went bishop d3.
Yeah,
You
and this
took,
knight f6 was really strong from him, I think. At least it felt like
and
that.
to come back, it was strong, right?
Yeah, sure. This was very concrete, but I mean, he has to be concrete. In fact, I felt like maybe bishop c4 was imprecise. Maybe I should have gone bishop a6 first, provoking rook somewhere on the b8, and then bishop c4. You know, like trying to win a tempo.
And yeah, this is hanging.
Because if I am on time to play rook to c2, I mean from f1 to c2, it's completely over. I mean, like he cannot have a fortress ever. Like I will play f3, e4, and I will just break through. So he needs to do something concrete. And then I originally obviously thought it's impossible, but then he played knight e4, and there was, you know, yeah, lots of calculations, and I couldn't make them work. Like for instance, bishop d5 was like almost winning, seemingly, knight d2. Rook d1, and here I thought originally he will go e6, and after e6 I have rook takes e6. It's
Yes.
just, yeah, but he goes here rook a5, yeah, which is like unbelievable. And you know, I mean I don't know what's
Great
going on.
saving move.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on. Suddenly things are getting tricky. He has counterplay with well, and the a2 pawn with b3, and my bishop is kind of, you know, trapped itself. So yeah, so this was like really strong from him. And if I go rook d1, which probably was better, then he has knight c3. I felt like knight d6 is great for me. Like bishop b3 is just he has to go knight c3, and probably I should have done something like this, and maybe just to try to collect the pawn on c3.
But can't he take here?
No, actually I thought to collect on c3. I don't know, like just to take on c3 and bishop b3.
Simply, yeah, this is what we saw. Yeah, and then you just have
And
a
then
huge
I have
advantage.
this pawn up, and then, you know, it's
Yes.
like, okay, maybe it's, I mean,
Huge torture.
yeah, and I figured, you know, that this is too little, but then later on I was, you know,
You understood
I
that.
wanted to settle for much less than this, yeah.
You have to appreciate small things.
Yeah,
too.
so he played knight d2, bishop a6, rook b8, rook c, it's very forcing, and here, I mean, rook b6 I missed originally, when I played rook fc1, of course, because I was expecting that b3 doesn't work, at least according to my
Yes.
calculations. Rook b2, ba2, rook d1, and, you know, like b3, rook takes d2, ba2, rook d1, rook b1, and I have rook,
Rook
f1.
f1.
Yeah, and I'm just, you know, on time to put both of the rooks actually.
Yeah.
First one. So this doesn't work, and knight e4 is like very nice for me. And then he goes rook b6. I mean, of course I saw it while he was thinking, but like, what can I do? And I took it. I mean, we both traded bishop b7. And also here rook a7 is really nasty. I mean, like rook b8 doesn't change much, but still, like just the idea. Like he has this knight b3 every time, so this is like really unlucky for me. Because if I could have done something else instead of bishop b7, it could be like, you know, completely
Okay,
winning.
but now after knight b3 you go
Yeah, now
here
I have bishop
and bishop
d5 and rook
d5.
c8 check, yes. But you see, like with the bishop on the f1 a6 diagonal, I would have bishop c4, and then he would have knight a1, right? And that's like another extremely bad luck for me in a way, like that he has these tactics and he stays in the game. So I was forced to put the bishop to c6, and here was knight b1 very strong move. Bishop d5, knight c3, okay, bishop e3. And here was a critical moment. I feel like he should have gone for e5.
Yeah, we were discussing this.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, I felt like, originally again, that I have a choice with d5 to play the bishop pair, but actually I don't, because d5 is rook d7. And after rook d7 there are problems. I mean, I can still play maybe here f4, but no, I cannot actually, or something.
No, it's a problem.
Yeah, because f4 king f2 and rook d2 is knight e4 check, so like I'm not on time to put pressure. So like e5 I cannot take, and I'm forced to take on c3 then, yeah. d5 is just e4, I thought, so. And then I take on c3 again, e4,
And check.
rook c8 check, and this position is, okay, really unpleasant, but I feel like it should be
No,
closer
you
to
would
a draw.
squeeze.
Yeah, I would squeeze, but again, maybe I would just, you know, squeeze and then play an Armageddon, yeah. So, you
Okay,
know.
so he went rook c7,
Yeah,
f4.
and this is, I mean, maybe objectively is the same unpleasant, but I feel like this is just really, really hard to play as black.
For black, right?
Yeah, especially
it was
after
very
he allowed me
nice.
this g4, g5 business. I think he should have played h6.
Not allowing h6.
Yeah, maybe
yeah,
instead of
that
e6,
looks a
or-
much logical reply, right?
Yeah, like somehow at some point just h6, like try to
But
play.
you anyway go h4.
Yeah, but after that he has g5, possibly. I'm not sure, but it looks like it should work.
And And what do you think? Where did he have any chance practically? Or
Okay,
it was
probably.
just-
I'm not sure. I mean, I think this was best for him, like to allow me to play a3 because I was already kind of considering to play d5
Mhm.
and to go for this, f7 weakness. But then he actually kind of pinned himself. So like I got a better version. And so I played e4. I felt like I should be winning already, but then suddenly things get tricky again. ED. Yeah, and here I originally was expecting to take back with FG because I didn't want it to allow him some rook h8, and also was like f7 can be weak on the f file.
Yes.
But then in the process, I decided to take hg anyway. Like maybe someday I can mate him on the h file. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
we discussed.
Well, that's a brave thought.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course you're expecting everything. So I was like already thinking at some point I will have to go bishop c1 and maybe,
Yeah.
So he goes b4 and d6. Yeah. And maybe here, I'm not sure, I didn't have time to calculate it actually, so I might be wrong, but maybe I had rook e1 here. Because what happened is that instead of rook d1, or even here, doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, actually we were talking about
because
this,
what happened is that I was only calculating hg-fg.
But I had something that you don't, and
Yeah.
after check, what do you want to go?
Yeah, king g4 I felt, because I was calculating with the pawns still on the board, and then rook d3 check will be perpetual because I cannot go to g4.
No, actually you should go here, because if my bishop on b6, then bishop
Yeah,
f2.
exactly. And I think this might be winning, and I was pretty upset that I missed this. I mean, I just played instantly because I was, I was not expecting him to trade
But,
the pawns so quickly.
Yeah.
And with the pawns on h6, h4, it will be perpetual. I cannot go king g4. But now
Yes.
I feel like, he might just be collapsing.
So why, did anything go wrong after rook d1?
Yeah, I'm not
bishop
sure if it went
b6?
wrong, but it got practically tricky. Like rook d6, okay, I played bishop c4, which was like a half Zugzwang move.
Very nice, not allowing
Yeah,
back the
like
knight.
just a prophylactic move, trying to put pressure on him on the clock as well, because he was low. And here, I think things started to go wrong for him. He missed this bishop f7, and
okay.
he was already on second. And I think rook c4 also strong. And I think it's just
And just collected
out
all
of
the
cards.
pawns.
Yeah, he just collapsed. Yeah.
Well, I think, very convincing victory today. Well done.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
So how do you feel at this stage? Tomorrow is a free day. What are your plans?
Yeah, I was very much looking forward to that for already like 4 or 5 days now. So,
Finally, you have time to go
Yeah.
out into the city.
yeah,
and have some.
my main goal for tomorrow is because it's to reach the breakfast. Every day is my goal. I never managed so far, but you never know. Hopes don't die so quickly. Yeah, so I will see. Aside from that, yeah, I'm really happy that it's a rest day and that I got to be in a classical game before the rest day, especially against such an opposition. I mean, he's like extremely strong already, and obviously is going to get stronger this time. So it's always nice to
So we know that for sure you're very tired, but I want to ask definitely one more question. Your next game is going to be against Magnus Carlsen, no? No, because
you
you played there. No,
You played.
had
You're
playing
this winning,
Jan
no,
now.
sorry.
Yeah.
You're doing the World Championship Challenger run.
Yeah, I have to do both of them. Sadly, I would like to avoid them, but
It's hard. here.
somehow it's hard. Yeah.
So thank you once again, Richard, for joining us in the studio and talking us through your game. I agree with Judith, it was a very impressive display. And we're just going to take a very quick break whilst we prepare all the standings, and just be back with us. We'll be back soon, shortly. Right, that was a very quick break. We like to keep you on your toes. So what an exciting day of action. We did promise fireworks and we saw it there. 2 Armageddon matches. The world champion defeating Ian Nepomniachtchi, his challenger, in an Armageddon match. I for one found it a very convincing display, and he managed to play a great classical game where he put Ian Nepomniachtchi under pressure. And there you can see the standings. It was a draw between Aryan Tari and Sergei Karakin, but sadly Aryan Tari succumbed to Sergei Karakin in the Armageddon match. And of course, we saw another classical victory, and this time it was Richard Rapport defeating Alireza Firouzja. This is his second classical victory. He's the only player actually to have managed it, not just once, but twice. So let's have a look at the standings. And when we take a look at that, we can see that Richard Rapport is in the clear lead with 8.5 points. Magnus Carlsen is on 6. Ian Nepomniachtchi is on 4. And I have to say, Ian Nepomniachtchi and Sergei Karyakin, they will not be partaking in tomorrow's rest day because they haven't played their first round game. So tomorrow at 4:45, you can follow all the action here. And then we have Alireza and Ariane Tari on 3 points. So what do you think, Judith?
I think we had a fantastic day, and we've seen quite interesting emotional roller coaster also for some players. It was very nice to see that Magnus kind of came back, and you could see when he was in the studio with us that he was so happy that finally he won the game. And today, both of the games, it was very balanced. I mean, of course, when he got the chance against Nepomniachtchi in the Armageddon, he took it right there. He made all those very accurate moves. And as he said, he wanted to make sure that there is not even 1% chance that Nepo can sneak out from his hands. And also it was great to see Rapport to play this very convincing game. So opening did not work out for Alireza, and he just was able to keep the tension, the pressure, the advantage in the game. And then we have Ariane Tari, who they had a pretty balanced game in the first game, but something really went wrong in the Armageddon game because somehow he couldn't create a difficult, complicated middle game, and then the pressure that he had to win, it just completely paralyzed him to be able to win the game. But it was this very special round, I think, for many reasons. Of course, the whole media and everywhere, we could feel the tension, all floors in the hotel because of the big match what was happening today between Nepomniachtchi, the challenger, and Magnus Carlsen. So it is really going very well, this tournament, I think. And well, for most of the players, they are going to have a free day tomorrow.
Right, they will be having a free day, and it will be just Sergei Karyakin and Ian Nepomniachtchi who will be playing their postponed first round game. And as always, you can follow all the action. The games kick off at 5, but we will start the show at 4:45. And I would like to thank you all for watching, and have a good evening.